See, we all set?
I think we are.
Okay. Okay, let's go. Okay, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. I'd just like to say that this meeting really is in earnest tonight, and we're going to try to end by 11. If we could move things along, we'd like to do that. And with that, I'd ask Kathy if you'd do the determination of quorum, please.
James Barnes,
Here?
Sarah Chavilicek,
Present.
Larry Chesney,
Present.
Francine Donchik,
Present.
Philip Horan,
Here.
Kenneth Crater, Michael Lawson.
And I'd like to introduce Mike Lawson and welcome him to the Planning Commission. I know his sister very well, and I'm really glad to have him on board, so I'd like to welcome you. And also Mr. Ken Crater, I'd like to welcome him also, and I believe he's a member for purposes of the CAIC, so I'd like to welcome you too. Thank you. Okay, you're welcome. Okay, Mr. Horan, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Horan. Okay, Mr. Edwards, could we have the ethics law announcement?
Commissioners are reminded that if with respect to any matter or any person coming before the commission today, you have received a gift or loan, you have a pecuniary interest or a commitment in a private capacity, such as a family, employment, business, or similar relationship, you must disclose that gift, loan, interest, or commitment at the time the matter is being considered. And you must abstain from deliberation or voting on the matter if it is clear that the gift, loan, interest, or commitment would materially affect the independence of judgment of a reasonable person. Commissioners are also reminded that under the Planning Commission rules, if you have had any contact outside this meeting with any persons interested in a matter coming before the commission today, you should disclose the nature of that contact at this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Could we have the appeal procedure, Mr. Webb?
With pleasure. Most decisions rendered by the Planning Commission are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. If you disagree with the decision of the Planning Commission and you want to appeal its action, you may do so in writing within 10 calendar days from the date that the decision being appealed is signed by the Planning Commissioner Chair and/or the Secretary of the Planning Commission, filed with the Secretary of the Planning Commission, and mailed to the original applicant in the proceedings being appealed in accordance with Washoe County Code. Please call planning staff immediately at 328-6100, that's 328-6100, for information on the appeal procedure and the application fee. For the audience this evening who are attending and those who happen to be listening in, all the public hearing items 8A through E are appealable. I also might mention to those audience members today, if we do have a full audience, I would encourage everyone to sit down, but under no circumstances, please do not stand in the aisleways. Do not stand blocking the exits, of which we have two that are the main doors that you all came in, and there's one to your left. Just behind this area. So please do not block those. Also, do not linger in what's commonly called the airlock area, for lack of a better term, which are between the two sets of doors from the lobby into here. This broadcast is also being broadcast in the lobby. So if you need to chat among yourselves or talk, I would encourage you to go out in the lobby, and you could do that. And you can also still watch the proceedings because it will be broadcast out there.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. All right, general public comment, and I do want to state that there will be an opportunity to give general public comment or to give public comment under each individual item, but if anyone would like to speak generally at this time, you're welcome to do so. So, Kathy, do we have any requests to speak under general public comment?
We do not.
Okay. Then we'll go to the possible action to approve agenda.
Move to approve.
Second. Well, before we do that, I'd like to ask that we
get us moving.
I'd like to ask that we remove item 8D, the Ettinger Church abandonment. That's been withdrawn, and I'd like to remove that from the agenda before we move to approve the agenda. So with that understanding, do we have a motion to approve the agenda with removing item 8D?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the agenda is approved. And Mr. Webb, I'd like to ask you to speak on item 8E for us, if you would.
For the public attending this meeting, specifically for item 8E, which is the Asante item, there are 3 binders in the back. Each one of those binders contains the entire staff report with all the attachments. It's a rather lengthy staff report with all the attachments. So if you want to see all the attachments, please look in one of those 3 binders. The copies that were back there was just a staff report. The entire staff report and all items, to include attachments, to include every other item in the public hearing, is also available online. And if you need that information, you can always talk to the 2 clerks on our right side, your left side, and they'll be able to tell you for that. But I want to let you know that all the attachments are in one of those 3 binders for Asante.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Webb. Then item 7, let's take these separately. Possible action to approve May 2nd, 2017 draft minutes.
Make a motion to approve the May 2nd draft minutes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's approved. Then we'll go to possible action to approve amended April 4th, 2017 draft minutes.
I make a motion to approve the amended April 4th,
Second.
2017.
Okay, we have a motion by Francine, a second by Larry. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, those draft minutes are approved. Let's go to item 8, public hearings. And we'll go ahead and now convene as the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. And Mr. Crater, you will be part of this committee. Who is presenting on this? Is it?
Well, if I might, Mr. Chair, just I'll read
okay,
the
Mr.
item,
Webb.
and then that will be Clara Lawson with staff who will
Okay.
do the initial presentation.
Okay.
And she'll turn it over to members from the Regional Transportation Commission for the actual presentation.
Okay.
For possible action pursuant to NRS 278B-150, first, to affirm that the regional road impact fee land use assumptions are in conformance with the Washoe County Master Plan. Second, to review the RIF Capital Improvements Plan and direct staff to file comments on it. Third, to direct staff to file a report concerning the progress of the county in carrying out the CIP. Fourth, to direct staff to report to the Washoe County Commission any perceived inequities in the implementation of the CIP or the imposition of the RIF. And fifth, to direct staff to advise the Washoe County Commission of the need to update or revise the land use assumption, CIP, or ordinance imposing the RIF.
Okay. Then, Ms. Lawson, would you make your presentation, please?
The regional road impact fee is revised every.
Can you speak up a little bit?
mic on? Or turn
is
your
your
mic
mic on?
Can you hear me? Is that better?
Better.
Okay.
Yeah.
A little bit.
That's better, yeah.
The regional road impact fee is revised every couple of years, and part of that process, the NRS requires that each government entity form a capital improvement advisory committee, which the county designated as the planning commission, with the addition of someone from the development community, which is Ken Crater. And we're in the process of revising that regional road impact fee now, and Julie Masterpool with RTC will make a presentation on that process.
Hi, thank you. For the record, Julie Masterpool. I'm the engineering manager and Regional Road Impact Fee Administrator for the RTC. Let's see here. First of all, a little background on impact fees. As identified in the staff report and as Clara introduced, impact fees are a funding tool for building additional capacity or facility expansions due to new development. There are a variety of multiple documents that support the impact fee program. First, of course, is the Nevada statute that allows for impact fee programs to be implemented. It allows for specific infrastructure, including streets, fire, police stations, storm drains, water projects, and parks. For our program, it's just limited to the regional roads impact fees. Local ordinances are required to implement the impact fees on a local level, we have an interlocal agreement between Reno, Sparks, Washoe County, and the RTC to manage this program for all the regional roads. And we have 2 manuals that identify the capital improvement program, how the methodology is used to establish that impact fee, and the general administrative manual that allows us the procedures to administer the program kind of on a day-to-day basis. As outlined, the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee has a variety of duties. They're laid out in NRS. The first of which is to review the land use assumptions used in development of the impact fee program. The RIF program uses the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan prepared by TMRPA as the basis for determining growth within the boundaries of the RIF service areas. TMRPA uses a consensus forecast for regional population and employment projections and coordinates with Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County to ensure their master plans and facility plans conform to the provisions of the regional plan. Population and employment is allotted to each parcel within the region using a land development model which establishes the probability of development using various factors: approved but undeveloped development projects, vacant land, land use and zoning, topography, and the availability of existing infrastructure, and other development suitability factors. The growth of the population employment by parcel is then assigned to larger areas known as traffic analysis zones, which are used in RTC's travel demand model. This travel demand model forecasts the travel behavior on our regional road network, and those resulting trips on the regional roads help us determine where we need capacity improvements and help us establish a RIF capital improvement plan, a list of projects that we need to build over the next 10 years. This project process is used to develop RTC's long-range regional transportation plan and the resulting RIF capital improvement plan, which is the first 10 years of the CIP. And here's just kind of a diagram that kind of outlines the information that's used in developing the impact fee program, the consensus forecast, the local master plans, input into the TMRP's land development model, which we use in our travel demand model, which helps us establish both a long-range plan and a short-range plan, which is the first 10 years of the CIP, or the RTP. And now I'm going to turn it over to Amy Cummings, our Director of Planning, to go into a little more detail regarding our regional transportation plan.
Thank you. Amy Cummings, RTC. And as Julie has talked about, the RTC board has directed us to use the consensus forecast as we develop the regional transportation plan. It's a 20-year plan, and we update this every 4 years. We've just adopted our current plan about a month ago, and we had spent about 1.5 years working on that and doing community outreach and technical analysis to develop the plan. So, of course, addressing population employment growth is one of the key things that we look at. Again, using the data from TMRPA. And I know one of the questions is, how do we develop the plan? Where do those project ideas come from? And it is a variety of sources. One is ideas that are suggested at our community outreach events. So when people do bring an idea to us, we analyze that, include it in our travel demand model, and do some cost estimating to see how that goes through the process. We also had some projects in our the previous plan that had not yet been implemented, so we considered those as we move forward. And we have been doing several other corridor and area-specific plans over the last few years. So the improvements from those were incorporated into the regional transportation plan. Some of those we've started improvements on. You may have seen some Sun Valley Boulevard pedestrian improvements, but there's some other larger improvements in those corridors that we've incorporated. And I won't read these line by line, but we had a series of forums on different transportation issues last year to get community input on transit, freight, economic development, and ADA issues. And this is a map of the projects. And I believe when I sent this to Clara, it was still a draft, although it has now been adopted. So you can see the first 10 years of the RTP become our capital improvement plan. And that's what you see in this map. And this is on the RTC website, so you can, there's an appendix that lists out all of these with much more detail. If you have questions on those, I do have a copy of that here today. And that's an overview of the RTP process. And after Julie's finished, we can certainly answer questions that you have.
Oh, thank you, Amy. And for the Regional Road Impact Fee Program, we have 2 service areas. Even though it's all the entire region for our regional roads, we are required to break up our area into 2 separate service areas, mainly because there's an NRS requirement that restricts all of one city being within one service area. So we've used I-80 as the border between the north service area and the south service area. It breaks up both Reno and Sparks. And this is our current 5th edition capital improvement plan. One of the items that NRS requires is you take a look at the current CIP and how we're going forward, what kind of progress we've made. These are the projects listed in the north service area. We've pretty much touched on all of them. Some of them are complete, some are under construction, and some have various studies that have been completed with future implementation in a future year. This is a list of the particular projects in the south service area. Again, we have quite a few that we've actually started on and are in the upcoming 10-year list that's going to be rolling over into our 6th edition capital improvement plan when we're ready to go forward. And that does go over to a second slide. So we have a lot more projects in the south right now than we do in the north service area. Over time, the Regional Road Impact Fee Program was adopted in 1996. We've collected about $95 million in cash collections from developers that are paying their fair share of the impact fee. And we have been using those funds to build projects, capacity projects on the regional road network. In addition, new development has contributed quite a bit of infrastructure on their own dime. That's about another $203 million that the developer built at the same time they were doing some of their projects. And adding in the other funding sources that we use, federal, state monies, we average about $26 million a year of new capacity improvements since the inception of the Impact Fee Program. And again, I'll turn this back over to Claire, but these were the 5 points that we're asking you to look at tonight to make comments on for our Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. Get this out of your way.
So just to reiterate, what you're asked to do as a Capital Improvement Advisory Committee is to affirm that the Regional Road Impact Fee land use assumptions are in conformance with the Washoe County Master Plan, and to review the Regional Road Impact Fee Capital Improvement Plan, and direct staff to file comments on it. In your staff report is some possible comments that you may wish to use as your comments. 3 is to direct staff to file a report concerning progress of the county in carrying out the capital improvement program. And 4, to direct staff to report to the Washoe County Commission any perceived inequities in the implementation of the CIP or imposition of the Regional Road Impact Fee. And lastly, to direct staff to advise the Washoe County Commission on the need to update or revise land use assumptions, capital improvement program, or the ordinance imposing the Regional Road Impact Fee. And county staff is here to ask any questions, and Julie Masterpool or Amy Cummings can answer some specifically with the process.
Okay, thank you. Any questions by the commission? Yes, Mr. Crater.
So I have several questions. First one, quick comment, is I noticed McCarran was spelled wrong in the staff report in a couple spots, so don't want to dishonor him. So the couple questions that I have, first of all, is, and maybe this warrants a little bit of explanation, is to explain how the impact fee program works in terms of when it was originally adopted in 1996, we had to look at existing deficiencies because the premise of the impact fee program is a rational nexus that says that in order to be able to collect impact fees from developers, you have to make sure that the existing community deals with its existing deficiencies on the roadway network. So I take it that was done way back when.
Julie Masterpool with RTC.
Yes, you're quite right. There, initially, when the program was set up in 1996, there were a variety of capacity projects that are capacity projects, intersections, and perhaps some roadways that were already underserved. And so those were excluded from the capital improvement plan. What we've done when we come forward in the future with our new 6th edition, it will be a little bit more self-evident, but we take the list that's in the capital improvement plan, all those list of projects, and reduce a certain percentage of those due to other funding sources that we have to use in order to accommodate new growth. We take out the money that we anticipate we're gonna get from the federal, from the feds, from the state, and then we reduce some of the project's costs for those deficiencies. So that's all taken into account when we actually come up with the total dollar of capital improvement plan that new development is required to fund. So that has been adopted in our program.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So that leads into a couple questions. First of all, then explain the justification. I mean, I know these are great improvements and our community needs to get them done, but ADA bicycle pedestrian improvements, wouldn't those be considered more existing deficiencies in a lot of cases and a capacity improvement for roadways?
Well, if we can get people out biking, walking, and on transit, that would reduce some of the requirements of the regional road network of additional capacity. However, when we go through and evaluate each one of those line items of capacity improvements, for bike and ped projects, we only assume about 10 to 15% of the cost of that particular improvement would be attributable to new development. So it is reduced. It's not, the new development is not required to pay for all of those projects.
Okay, great. And then the same thing would apply to multimodal. I know there's a lot of discussion in our community about the complete streets and reducing a lot of streets from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, but at the same time adding bike lanes, more parking. But are we taking a hard enough look at all the side streets? Because if you take a street, for example, like Arlington Avenue and the 20 or 30 cross streets between Plum Lane and California Avenue, there's a lot of additional delay for all those motorists coming on the cross streets. And it seems like maybe we're ignoring those, and maybe if we're going to look at complete streets, we need to do a better job of addressing those side streets and the delay, or do we just make them right turns and prohibit left turns? And again, because my concern is that we want to make sure that we're adequately addressing the rational nexus of the impact fee program, and that the development community is paying impact fees to account for their growth in traffic volumes, pay for capacity improvements.
Yes, and I'll kind of turn it over a little bit to Amy, but we do have a Complete Streets Master Plan, which does try to take a look at some of those issues.
And we did, I'd be certainly happy to send the information to the commission. We looked at some of the examples of those side street delays and some, operational improvements that could be done to address some of those needs. And I believe in terms of the costs for the RIF program, it's the same as with the bicycle and pedestrian, with it only being a fraction, a small percentage of the project cost included in the calculations.
Good, good. And it might be a good idea then just to highlight that a little bit more clearly in the report so everybody understands that, hey, a portion of that funding is coming from other sources. And then the last one deals with bridges. For example, the replacement of the Arlington Bridge. I mean, to me, that's clearly more of an existing deficiency than it is any sort of roadway capacity improvement project. So can you address that?
Yes, and that is excluded, that particular one is excluded from the Regional Road Impact Fee Capital Improvement Plan just for that same reason. Impact fees are limited to only capacity improvements where we can justify that new development has that fair share.
Okay, great, great. And then just explanation on a couple projects, just to understand better. First of all, there's a project to improve the Damani Ranch Parkway at the I-580 interchange. Do you know exactly what that's referring to?
We actually have a minor improvement that we're doing this summer for the Damani Ranch I-580, and actually also the South Meadows I-580 intersections. We're providing dual right turn lanes, so that is one of those RIF projects that we're actually in the process of doing right now.
Okay, great. Clearly, that's a great capacity improvement. And then another question, comment I have relates to the land use assumptions and the Nevada State demographer. In my experience, the numbers that come out of the Nevada State demographer are always low, and the growth always exceeds those projections. Maybe it's because they have specific purposes in terms of taxation and the like, but do you consider all those different models equally, or is there a way that you possibly discount some of those? Can you explain how that works a little bit better?
Sure. Again, Amy Cummings, RTC. And again, we receive these from regional planning, the Cherokee Meadows Regional Planning Agency, so we don't develop this ourselves, but they do recognize that, because you're absolutely right. The private forecasts tend to be a little bit higher, the state demographer forecasts tend to be a little bit lower, and then TUMWA is, kind of more in the middle. So that's why they have these 4 different sources, and they essentially average those together to get the total for the county. And then they have a formula that does splits that between the jurisdictions and unincorporated Washoe County. And then for what we use for the traffic analysis zone, that's where they have a separate model that takes things down to the parcel level. So they look at what can be developed on each parcel, and they break that consensus forecast control total down to the parcel level, and then they roll it up to the traffic analysis zone level for us to use. So that, I think the way they calculate it does incorporate exactly what you're talking about. And on their website, tmrpa.org, they have a report that documents their process and how they do that.
Okay, great, great. Only 2 more things. First of all, I understand from the Reno-Tahoe Airport Authority that there's the potential for tremendous growth within the Reno-Stead Airport, and yet I don't see any really means within the capital improvement program to provide access to that growth. And given that this is a plan until 2040, clearly I don't think we want a lot of additional truck traffic, for example, going down Lemon Lane, which is closed right now because of flooding. So has there any thought been put into that in addressing the long-term growth with that Reno-Stead Airport? Because a lot of that could affect county residents.
And over the last 1 to 2 years, we did a planning study specific to the North Valleys area, and the airport was involved in that. And there is certainly more growth going on there than many other areas of our community. So there's a big push with that. And one of the short-term improvements that's really targeting that issue is the Red Rock and Moya intersection improvement, and that's in design right now because that's the path that the airport's envisioning most of that truck traffic is going to go. So there'll be a traffic light that we're designing right now for that intersection to address that. We also have been working with NDOT on their freeway traffic study, so they're looking at the capacity needs on the 395 and I-80 and Spaghetti Bowl corridors because that's all interconnected. And we're also working on an interchange improvement at Lemon, where we're going to signalize those off-ramps. And that's also in design right now, I believe, for construction for next year. And Julie knows more about those intersections than I do.
And in fact, I think one great point would be to somehow relate this, because I know the governor's priority right now is very clear for transportation in northern Nevada: Spaghetti Bowl, Spaghetti Bowl, Spaghetti Bowl. And then second is adding the 3rd lane on US 395 between the North Valleys and the Spaghetti Bowl for southbound traffic. And I also know from attending a lot of state transportation board meetings, if our local priorities mesh with the state priorities, and if we have clear priorities, we're much more likely to get funding from the state transportation board.
Absolutely. We fully agree with you, and we're working with NDOT on their study. I believe in September, they're going to have a series of public meetings to roll out some of their concepts for the Spaghetti Bowl. And their way of thinking is that they need to fix that bottleneck first, and then they can move forward with the additional lanes on 395 North.
Great. And then my last comment, I'm sorry for taking up so much time because I know you have such a busy agenda tonight, but I think this is important for everybody to hear. And this might even be for county staff, but I'm looking at one of the appendices on the consensus forecast on page 20 under jurisdictional splits. And it states, in the future, Washoe County is expected to designate at least one secondary transit corridor and to designate infill opportunities under the policies of the 2012 regional plan. And I know there's been a lot of issues between the counties and the cities in terms of what sort of growth is allowed in the counties, and maybe the counties not being allowed some of the same economic opportunities to grow their budgets. So is there any consideration given to what that secondary transit corridor might be and what infill opportunity areas the county is considering under that statement?
For the chair, if you take a look when this consensus forecast was written, it was written under the auspices of the 2012 regional plan. As the members of the Regional Planning Commission know, we're currently working with the Regional Planning Agency now for a major update of the plan. I know that one of the items that's on all three jurisdictions' discussion topics is actually transit corridors, period. So until we get some sort of resolution on that out of the 2016, 2017, and 2018, because that process probably won't be done until March of 2018, regional plan update, it's going to be premature to determine if there's going to be anything left of a transit corridor and what that will look like for unincorporated Washoe County as a part of that. That also then speaks to the question about infill, because one of the form and pattern conversations that need to occur as a part of the regional plan update is just to establish that. What is our form and pattern across the greater region? And again, the answer to that as a part of this current regional plan update will then drive the answer to where are those infill opportunities for the county, because currently the county is limited by both density and by numbers for what it can do basically outside of the urban ring. So those are questions that need to be answered after the update.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Crater. Other questions from the committee? Any other questions? Okay, Kathy, is there any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment.
Okay, then I'd bring it back to the committee and ask for comments. We do have the duties listed here on page 2 of 6, the duties of the CIAC, and I'd ask for comments and discussion by the committee.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Lawson.
I'd like to commend staff on a thorough and comprehensive report. I have been privileged to participate in some of the workshops that the RTC has done. I think their public outreach program is outstanding and a model for the rest of the state. I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of their technical staff and find them to be of the highest quality. And I commend you for your presentation and your highly informative staff report.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion? Yes, Sarah, did you? Okay. Mr. Webb, what should the committee do in terms of the duties that are laid out, the 5 duties here?
If I might suggest for the Planning Commission as a guide, as staff had noted at the bottom of page 5 on your staff report are some possible comments that the CIAC might consider to the Board of County Commissioners. Again, those are they're in italics, and they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the bottom of page 5 and the top of page 6. Again, those are only suggestions based on staff's conversation with RTC about what might be some appropriate comments. But regardless, is what I would suggest is that in the motion that whoever the motion maker is really follow the 5 points as laid out in the PowerPoint, but more importantly, articulated in the staff agenda item to cover those 5 points with your comments to affirm the RIF fee land use assumptions and to move through each one of those. That way you cover all 5 points with appropriate comments, and then second move, and that would be adequate direction for staff.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Webb. Okay, would someone like to make a motion based upon the guidelines that Mr. Webb has laid out for us? Yes, Mr. Crater.
make a motion. There it goes. So I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and to information received during the meeting, the Washoe County Capital Improvements Advisory Committee affirmed that the Regional Road Impact Fee land use assumptions are in conformance with the Washoe County Master Plan. I also move to direct staff to provide this committee's affirmation of master plan conformance to the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners. I further move that the Washoe County Capital Improvements Advisory Committee provide the following comments on the Regional Road Impact Fee Capital Improvement Program in writing to the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners, and that the committee chair review the written comments when prepared by staff and sign the comments on behalf of the committee. And those comments would include that the RIF Capital Improvements Plan is based on the County Master Plan and the 2016 Consensus Forecast. The RIF Capital Improvement Plan facilitates growth by constructing capacity improvements to the region's streets and highways that will benefit the efficient movement of persons and goods. That the North Service Area and South Service Area with separate capital improvements and impact fees are contributing to creating a reasonable nexus, which is federal law, concerning impact fees levied on development. That the RIF Capital Improvement Plan will not adversely impact the public health, safety, or welfare. 5, that the RIF Capital Improvement Plan is based on a traffic model and traffic forecasts. The regional plan provides a blueprint for development within Washoe County over the next 20 years. It directs where growth will occur, identifies development-constrained areas that are not suitable for future development over the next 20 years. 6, the traffic model was used to forecast traffic volume on the existing infrastructure. This data was used to develop the RIF Capital Improvement Plan. And in addition, that the Board of County Commissioners consider having our top priorities align with that from NDOT and the State Transportation Board. And then finally, that additional review be given to complete streets and multimodal improvements to make sure that adequate consideration is also given to the side streets.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Crater. Is there a second? A second by Mr. Chesney. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, I'd call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Crater. Appreciate it. We will now reconvene as the Washoe County Planning Commission for the remainder of the meeting. And we'll go to item 8B. This is special use permit case number WSUP 17-0008. And I'd ask Mr. Webb to identify the general nature of the proceeding.
For possible action, hearing, and discussions on a request to construct a new 110-megawatt substation to expand an existing substation by adding an additional 30 megawatts of capacity, to add the necessary 120 kilovolt overhead transmission lines to connect the proposed substation to existing transmission lines, to vary the landscaping requirements per Washoe County Code Section 110-41240A by requiring no additional landscaping instead of the standard 20% landscaping requirement, and to recommend that the Board of County Commissioners sponsor an amendment to the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan to identify the new locations of the substations and transmission lines to reflect such facilities on the regional utility corridor map of the regional plan. If approved, the project will also require a conformance review with the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan as a project of regional significance. The staff member is Mr. Trevor Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. I'd ask for disclosures by commissioners, and this would be both ethics and ex parte communications. Do we have any disclosures by anyone? Okay. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and I'd ask for the staff presentation. Mr. Lloyd, I believe you are the staff presenter?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. For the record, Trevor Lloyd with Planning and Development. I will keep this presentation very brief. I know we have a very busy schedule tonight. As Mr. Webb indicated, the request is for an expansion of an existing substation as well as the construction of a brand-new substation and associated transmission lines to connect to the existing transmission lines. The site is, I'll move this. Site is located at the Apple property that's located in the East Truckee Canyon. Essentially, it's directly north of the Tracy Power Plant substation on the north side of the freeway, the I-80 freeway. We are here tonight because essentially Apple has committed to expand their facility quite substantially, and in order to do so, they need additional power. And what we're finding is what they currently have is certainly not adequate, and what they're proposing could certainly provide power for a small city. Overhead is a site plan showing the location of the two substations. The substation in the middle there in color is what's called the Claremont substation. That's the existing facility where the Apple is requesting to expand on by 30 megawatts. And to the east, the northeast of that property, you'll find the proposed what's called the Olone substation. That's the 110 megawatt substation. First, the Olone project located the northeast corner. That is the facility, the 110 megawatt facility. Above is the site plan. It meets all of the standard requirements for grading, revegetation, as well as security fencing. And this is the site plan for the Claremont expansion. And again, I mentioned there, as a part of this, there's also transmission lines connecting the substation to the existing transmission lines, which connect very closely. They're currently aligned very closely with these substations. This is an overhead of the existing Claremont substation. Again, this is very much what you'll find with the Project Olone substation. And here is, again, the overhead site plan showing the locations of this facility. This picture is a couple years old. It shows the first cluster on the left side, or the west side of the property. There is an additional cluster that has recently been completed, and a third cluster which is in the permitting process right now. So as you can see, they're really advancing on this overall site. In addition to this request, there is a request to modify the landscaping requirements found in Article 412 of the Development Code. Staff is recommending approval of the waiving of these requirements because of the use of the request, the location. It's in a very remote part of the county, and it is screened almost completely by natural terrain from drivers along I-80. This project was adequately noticed. As you can see, we had to go out 26,000 feet to get the necessary minimum 30 different property owners, and we captured 37 property owners. The proposed request meets all 5 findings required in Article 810, special use permits. As Mr. Webb indicated, this is the first step. The next step, it has to go for conformance review with regional planning, and it also requires an amendment to the regional plan for the addition of the substations and the small transmission lines. That completes my presentation, and I offer the following motion for your consideration, and I can answer any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Are there any questions for Mr. Lloyd? Mr. Horan?
This is an expansion of their capacity there that's going to power an investment on the other side, right, where they have their expanding their facility. This is the reason for this expansion?
Yes, the reason for these facilities is to provide for the additional capacity for the expansion of the Apple site, the data center. Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Lloyd? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Lloyd. Is there an applicant presentation? Yes. Cynthia. Yeah.
For the record, Cynthia Albright, Stantec Consulting. I'm just here on behalf of our applicant. I'd just like to say that it's just always a pleasure to work with Washoe County staff. I realize substations aren't very sexy. I mean, as you saw those drawings, they're pretty unremarkable. Either way, you know, it's a blessing for us to be able to work with Apple on this project. We're going to be working on it for about 10 years. So I would suspect I'm going to be back here again, not asking for anything other than probably more power. We need additional power for like what Trevor said, which is the project that's under construction, that's already there, as well as the project that's in for review, but we plan on a lot more data centers at this location. So I just wanted to say that we're completely in approval with the recommended conditions of approval, and we hope you vote yes. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Albright? Okay, thank you, Cynthia. All right. Then, Kathy, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay. Commission questions for staff, applicant, or members of the public? Okay. Then we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to the commission for discussion. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, then I'd call for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Chesney.
I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during public hearing, the Washoe County Planning Commission approve with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 17-0008 for Apple Incorporated, having made all of the 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Development Code Section 110.810.30.
I second.
And include the 5 conditions.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Chesney and a second by Ms. Donchik. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Haran.
Well, I think that, it's pretty straightforward that we want to do this. I think this is a great continuation of the development out there in the development area and will provide more jobs for the area. So I'm going to completely support it.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, then I'd call
Mr.
for the
Chair?
motion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
One
Mr.
item real quickly. Mr. Chesney, in your motion, you referenced all 5 conditions. Did you mean the findings in the staff report?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
And Ms. Donchik, is that,
Yes,
you okay
amended.
with that for a
Yes.
second? Okay. Then any further discussion on the motion? Okay. Then I'd go ahead and call for a vote on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to item 8C. This is amendment of conditions case number WAC 17-0004, Tyrolean Village Garages. And I would ask Mr. Webb to identify the nature of the proceeding, please.
For possible action, hearing, and discussion to approve an amendment of conditions for the Tyrolean Village subdivisions units 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And if approved, the final maps for these subdivisions, as listed in the description, will be amended to note that garages are permitted within the common area of the subdivisions, subject to the conditions pursuant to agreements between the individual unit owners within the association and the Tyrolean Village Association, and the applicant shall be required to prepare and record amended final maps in accordance with Washoe County Code. Staff member on this one is Ms. Kraus.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Disclosures by commissioners as to ethics or ex parte communications? Mr. Haran?
Only the fact that I am a member of the Board of Trustees of the General Improvement District, but this does not fall under anything that I would have any authority over, and so no conflict.
Okay, thank you. Any other disclosures? Okay, seeing none, then I'd go ahead and open the public hearing. Staff presentation, Eva Kraus, I believe you're the presenter.
Yes, Eva Kraus, planner. This is, again, Tyrolean Village. It's all 5, or it's 5 of the 6 units in the Tyrolean Village subdivisions. The 6th unit doesn't have residents on it, so it's not included. Basically, and this is Tyrolean Village, it's just west of Diamond Peak in Incline Village. Okay, so the subdivisions for 1 through 5 were approved between 1967 and 1969, and at that time, garages were not permitted, or not required. And over the years, people have really wanted to have garages. This is a steep slope lot. There's not a lot of ability to build garages attached to your home. And so in 1990, there was an agreement made between Washoe County District Attorney's Office and the Tyrolean Village that garages would be allowed in the common area under certain conditions. Now, a copy of that actual agreement and what justification there were made to allow that. It's not known. We couldn't find a copy of that agreement. So I did find a copy of the outline of, these are the conditions and the rules that we need to, in a memo form for staff, and it was realized that we weren't, that had not been the practice over the years. There are 40 garages already built in the common areas of these subdivisions. Oops, I don't know what I just did. Okay. So basically what we're doing is we're taking this through a public process, so it's out there in the public eye and can be reviewed, and to amend the tentative map. Then after the tentative map's been approved, the associations can record a certificate of amendment on the final maps that states that garages can be built in a common area. Normally, we don't allow individual garages in common, or individual property or units in common areas. So we're going through and trying to make a justification and allow the public comment a chance to review this proposal. The garages are subject to conditions and pursuant to agreements between the homeowners association and the individual owners. Basically, the conditions that a property owner would have to agree to is that he could only have one garage, no more than 576 square feet. That's a good-sized two-car garage. Can only be one story. It only can be used for parking vehicles. It's not an accessory building. It's not a mother-in-law's unit. There's not for other uses. They do have to enter into an agreement with the Tyrolean Village Association. The association would then lease the individual would build it. The association would then lease the garage back to them for their use. And the owner is responsible for the upkeep and paying property taxes on it. Oh, I don't know what okay. I'm pushing the wrong buttons. So anyhow, we did send out public notices. There were 432 individual property owners within 500 feet. And so a lot of people got a notice on this one. There was no meeting of the in-kind Village Crystal Bay CAB, so I did send the application to them for a review. We did receive one CAB member's comments regarding fire safety and the need for parking in the area. Now, let me clarify. This amendment does not approve any new garages. This just allows them to look at it and build garages after a review, and any kind of garage would have to go through a regular building permit review, which would include the GID, the fire department, the building department, engineering. So we'd be checking for roads, public safety, access, that type of thing during the building permit review process. These are all the reviewing agencies that the application was sent to. There were no comments or conditions from any of the agencies, except for planning. We just like to put them on. Anyhow, because this is amendment of a tentative map, the findings for this case would be the same findings made for a tentative map. And as I said, staff did comment and state in the staff report starting on page 8, how they justified each of the findings. Basically, this is an existing subdivision. We're not increasing any density. We're not creating new lots. We're not changing the subdivision other than to allow garages in the common open space. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of this amendment, and I have this motion, which is also in your staff report. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And I do believe the applicant's rep is here if you have questions of him, too.
Okay, thank you, Eva. Are there any questions for Eva? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Eva. Is there an applicant presentation? Yes, would you come forward and state your name, please? Name and address.
Thank you. Brett Diefenbach, Erickson Thorpe and Swainston, the attorney for Tyrolean Village. Do not have a presentation to present. Ms. Kraus did a a wonderful job with the staff report, and her presentation was very thorough. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to attempt to answer them. But other than that, I would like to pass it over to the board.
Okay, are there any questions for Brent? Okay. Mr. Chesney, do you have a question? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much. Then, Kathy, is there any public comment?
Yes, Pete Todoroff, followed by William Torch.
Okay. Would you please come forward, state your name and address?
My name is Pete Todoroff. I've lived in Incline Village 37 plus years. I'm the chairman of the Citizens Advisory Board, Incline Village and Crystal Bay. Since this was not brought to the cab, I have a couple of questions. The first question I have, the first concern I have is after these garages are built, are there going to be any place for visitor parking? That's the first question. The other question I have is the fire marshal, if the fire marshal has approved this project, in other words, can the fire truck still get in there? Is there going to be enough room and so forth and so on, that it won't be a danger to that association? Those are the two questions that I have, and I could not approve this without those questions being added, defined. Thank you.
Thank you.
William Torch.
Yes, Mr. Torch, would you come forward, state your name and address, please?
Nice to meet you all. My name is Dr. Bill Torch. I'm used to giving talks, medical conferences, not before commissioners such as this. This is a new experience. I'm speaking as an owner of a house up at Tyrolean Village, 1432 Burn Court. I submitted a letter to Eva Kraus a few days ago, and she put that into your packet, and I hope you had a chance to read my letter directed to the commissioners. I want to address my concern where I'd like to support the passage of the amendment that's been presented and agreed upon between the Building Commission, Planning Commission, and TVA is already agreed upon. Just allow me to touch on some highlights regarding my own situation. In 1992, I purchased a home, and we've been waiting to have a garage built, which was delayed because of financial reasons. But we submitted preliminary and final plans to Tyrolean Village Architectural Committee. It was approved on several occasions, and we finally submitted permanent plans, which were also submitted not only to the Tyrolean Village Association Architectural Committee and the board, which already gave us approval, but also to TRPA and also to the Incline Fire Department. And I want to mention that. So we've passed and gotten approval from all divisions, including the Washoe County Building Department. The thing that's holding up right now is this amendment, which I am in support of. And there are other residents of the community that have also addressed this issue, specifically Mr. and Mrs. Kraus, whose letters I think were in the packet that I read. My goal is to advise approval of this so that I personally can build our garage. We had 50 feet of snow this winter. There was no access to the fire department through the roads. There is no access because of the snow conditions to medical emergencies, and I think the building of garages is crucial to take cars off of the common area to allow them to have safe storage, to allow the fire department, emergency services, plowing to work in the regular areas that cars might ordinarily be parked. So my goal is to advise approval of this for my own benefit, as well as other garage owners that are waiting to have their garages approved in the same fashion. And with that, I just want to thank you for inviting me to present my ideas, and I'm willing to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Torch. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Kathy, any other public comment?
No further comment.
Okay, commission questions of staff, applicant, or members of the public? Yes, Mr. Haran?
For Eva.
Eva, would you please come forward?
I know the application went to the fire department. Did we get nothing back from them at all? Which means if we got nothing back, that would mean that they had no objection to it, I suppose. I tried to go through here. I didn't see where the fire.
Yeah.
There was noticed. Worksheet.
Nope, we didn't get anything back from them at all on this one.
Which would indicate no objection.
No objections, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commission questions? Okay, thank you, Eva. Seeing none, then I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to the commission, and ask if there's any discussion on this matter. Mr. Haran, do you have any discussion?
No, I think that this is all within the homeowner association area. It is, they will be the one that will work on making sure that nobody uses their garage for anything else, and only, it's such a size. And I think that relative to the question about private parking on the streets and so forth, I think that's something that since those are private roads, that is something that the association probably should address as opposed to anything we would want to do.
Thank you, Mr. Haran.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes, with respect to the question that was posed by the first gentleman regarding visitor parking, I believe that that's a responsibility of the community under individual permit issuance, and I think that can be adequately addressed by the local community. I just wanted to address his concern.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, then seeing none, I'd call for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chesney.
I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Planning Commission approve amendment of conditions case number WAC 17-0004 for tentative map case numbers TM 67-017, TM 68001, TM 68003, TM 69001, and TM 68002 for Trolean Village Association Incorporated, with the conditions of approval included as Exhibit A of this to this matter, having made all 10 findings in accordance with the Washoe County Code Section 110-608-25, and the 10 conditions are in the motion.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Chesney and a second by Ms. Donchik. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, then I'd call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. Then item 8D, which was abandonment case number WAB 17-0001 Ettinger Church, has been withdrawn. So we'll go to item 8E. This is a public hearing on tentative subdivision subdivision map case number TM 16-009 Ascente subdivision, and special use permit case number SW 16-003 Ascente water truck. And I'd ask Mr. Webb to identify the nature of the proceeding.
For the tentative subdivision map case, for possible action, hearing, and discussion, to approve the first phase of a merger and re-subdivision of 2 parcels totaling 632 acres to create a 225-lot, single-family common open space subdivision. Lots will range in size from 10,120 square feet to 91,450 square feet, with lot sizes averaging approximately 24,450 square feet. for the special use permit case number for possible action, hearing, and discussion to approve a 560,000-gallon water storage tank, sewer lift, and water pump stations to support the Asante development within the 632-acre Asante property. Staff members for this are Mr. Lloyd and Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Then I'd ask for disclosures by commissioners, and this would include ethics and ex parte communications.
I received a number of emails and so forth, but I have not responded to any of them, had no contact.
As have I, but have not responded to any of them.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I did make a site visit yesterday.
Okay, thank you. And I've received many emails and correspondence of that sort and haven't responded to it either, and Mr. Chesney also. Okay.
I did do a site visit on Saturday.
Okay. Any other disclosures? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. First of all, I'd like to ask who is recording this? Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, for the record, because that wasn't on the microphone, that's News Channel 8, KOLO.
For the record, there are no identifications on your camera that states you're with Colo 8. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, staff presentation, Kelly Mullins, are you the presenter, I believe?
Yes.
And I believe you're sharing this with Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
Kelly, would you go ahead, please?
Ms. Mullen, just a moment. If I can remind the public, please do not block the entranceways. If you're going to stand, please stand off to the side. Thank you.
You know, we have plenty of empty seats down here if you'd like to come forward and be seated. Kelly, would you go ahead then with the presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, members of the commission. I'm Kelly Mullen, planner with Washoe County. I did co-evaluate this project with Trevor Lloyd, senior planner with planning and development. I'll be starting off the presentation this evening, and then he'll be following up with the latter half. So this evening we'll be looking at the Asante tentative map request, which also does include an associated special use permit for a water tank, booster pump, and lift stations to serve the subdivision. But before we dive in, I'd like to take a moment to touch on the review process for a tentative map. What's shown on this screen is a flow chart that identifies the high-level steps for review. This is by no means an exhaustive list, and I'm not going to cover every item on this chart, but it should give everyone an idea of where we are in the process and how involved that process can be. Once we receive a complete application, which is that first box at the top, it's sent to a variety of public agencies for review. In the case of the Asante project, it did go to 20 different agencies, including county agencies, for review. Notice is then also sent to neighboring property owners. It goes to the Citizen Advisory Board to collect neighborhood comments. And staff then completes an analysis and makes a recommendation to the Planning Commission for either approval with conditions or denial. Then the Planning Commission here's the item, and that's where we are right now. And on the screen, I'm not sure if I've got a pointer on this. I do. We're right there in the flow chart. So kind of on that first portion of where we are in the review process. So depending on what happens at a Planning Commission hearing, there may only be a few or several additional steps, including potentially detailed technical map and final map reviews, design review committee, hearing, a BCC review, Board of County Commissioners review if the item is appealed, and potentially other steps as well. So moving on to the proposed project. This site is located within the Forest Area Plan planning area. It is south of Mount Rose Highway, east of Callahan Road, and at the southern terminus of Fawn Lane. The site encompasses 2 parcels that together total 632 acres. The project area covers 225 acres of the overall property, and about 80 acres of that is dedicated open space. This is a common open space subdivision, which allows for clustering of lots and reduced lot sizes in order to preserve more open space. 225 residential lots are proposed. Those range in size from 10,120 square feet to 91,450 square feet, with an average lot size of about 24,450 square feet. These lots are divided into 4 villages, as you can see on the screen. Those are interspersed with wide areas of open space. As you can see on this slide, the property is a mix of medium-density suburban, which is the dark pink, low-density suburban, which is the light pink, and open space, which is the yellow or green color shown on the screen. Medium-density suburban allows for up to 3 dwelling units per acre. Low-density suburban allows for up to 1 dwelling unit per acre. The solid red line shown on this slide identifies the property boundaries. The dashed red line that goes through the center indicates the boundaries specific for the project that we're looking at this evening, and that is to the that project area is to the west or left of that dashed line. So as you may be aware, this application was originally submitted to the county in early fall of last year. After receiving significant feedback from the community and numerous meetings with staff regarding concerns with that original design, the applicants decided to make substantial changes to what had initially been submitted. They did submit an updated application in April of this year, and this slide is intended to highlight just some of the changes that were made as a result of staff and community feedback. The overall number of lots was reduced from 281 to 225. That's a reduction of 20%. And as a result, there was also a 20% reduction in the number of students and volume of traffic generated by this development. The updated design also improves storm drainage above and beyond what county standards require, and the result is that storm drainage for the overall Callahan Ranch area is improved. One of the biggest changes that we saw with this updated application was related to overall grading on the site, which was substantially reduced in order to better work with the natural topography of the land and to meet the standards of the forest area plan. The area of disturbance was reduced by 27%, while the overall volume of cut and fill was reduced by almost 2/3. The applicants have included as part of their proposal a design guidelines handbook that would establish design standards for both developers and homeowners within the project area. And the goal of these standards is to protect the rural character of the surrounding community and implement forest area plan policies by addressing requirements for fencing, lighting, defensible space, buildable area, heights of structures, grading, walls, and landscaping. A significant landscaping component was included as part of this development project. This includes landscaped buffers between the new lots and the existing residential neighborhood. And the buffers are a minimum of 40 feet in width, with one of the buffers being 20 feet in width, where it is adjacent to a 60-foot wide access easement. The proposal also includes tree-lined streets and a significant amount of common open space. Actually, about 35% of the development will be common open space. That open space includes trailheads and a trail network, drainage and detention areas, and undeveloped terrain. Areas disturbed by grading will be revegetated, and all landscaping plans will be submitted to and evaluated by the Design Review Committee. The landscaping plan shown on the screen shows darker green in those areas where irrigated landscaping will be located. This includes the areas along streets and within the landscaped buffers. And then the lighter green area shows areas that will be disturbed by grading, but revegetated with native vegetation. Significant pedestrian opportunities will also be provided through the proposed trails plan that was included with the development. This includes trailheads, trail connections, and trail improvements that will enhance recreational opportunities within the area. An extensive trail system has also been proposed along the entire length of Fawn Lane. The alignment of that trail system and sample cross-sections are shown on the screen. No privately owned land would be used for this trail along Fawn Lane, and it would be maintained by the Homeowners Association. Similar to the trail system within the project site, it would only be for non-motorized use. And here you can see the locations of the existing and proposed trails throughout the proposed development, with the new trails connecting to existing trails that lead into Forest Service land. With that, I'd like to conclude my portion of the presentation and hand it over to Senior Planner Trevor Lloyd to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Kelly. Mr. Lloyd, would you like to address the Planning Commission, please?
I would. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. And I think Kelly did an excellent job presenting the first half. I'll do my best to quickly wrap up the second part of this presentation. Now, keep in mind, this was a team effort from county staff. Also with us tonight is from engineering, Dwayne Smith. He has been a big part of this application review process as well. We also have in the back Chief Moore from Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, and I believe I saw a representative from the school district here as well. So quickly going through the rest of my presentation, just briefly want to touch on some of the history that Kelly mentioned, and that is at the time the applicant brought in the first application and we went through initial public review process, we had several meetings with the applicants, and we let them know at that time that they weren't getting staff's support in terms of a recommendation for support of the project. And they came back with a very difficult question for us that put us in a fairly uncomfortable position, and that was, well, what do you need to get a recommendation of support from staff? And reluctant to answer the question, we felt it was our obligation to answer just that and to walk through that process. And as a result, we had to meet with the applicants on many occasions to go through point by point by point. As you can go through the process, you'll see that there was significant interaction between the applicant and between staff. Didn't know that they were going to come back and provide the plan that they did and provide so much conformance to the area plan and to the code as they did. And I have to commend them for working with us as much as they did and coming back with a plan that you have in front of you tonight. So much of what we did as staff was review the code, review the master plan, which is really the forest area plan. A very key guide for us was the character statement, and I've provided some bullet points of some of the key elements of that that character statement that we used as a guide when we were reviewing this process. And again, it has to do with really maintaining and preserving the natural character of the area, working with the contours, preserving as much of the existing vegetation as possible, and providing as limited grading as they possibly can. Now, to go through some of these the issues, and I don't know that I will be able to get to all of them given the limited time, but I'll try to get through as many of these issues as possible. And the first has to do with Washoe County schools. This proposal will generate 61 additional students. As you can see, the only school that is over capacity at this time is Hunsberger Elementary School. There's certainly capacity at both Pine and Galena. We're told that at about 120% of base capacity, the school district has the option then of going to a multi-track operation. Also, with the passage of Washoe County Question 1, it is anticipated that Washoe County School District will have sustainable, adequate funding for building and repairing of schools. Another issue is traffic, and it should be pointed out that a commitment was made by the previous owner, at that time it was called Matera Ridge, that they would in fact extend the Thomas Creek intersection and use that intersection, travel through the Forest Service land as the primary means of access. Now the applicants are committed to the second phase of the project, which will be the larger phase of the project. That will have access through the Forest Service land connecting to Thomas Creek. We've also added a condition attached to your staff report that no additional units above 225 will be allowed access either Shauna or Fawn Lane. So all of the additional access will have to go through that connection through the Forest Service land. Again, this project would generate about 2,100 average daily trips with 169 AM trips and 225 PM trips. Now, certainly, this is going to impact the circulation in the area. However, all of the local streets will still operate at an acceptable level of service C. There is one access, and that is, that will be impacted pretty significantly, and that is on the southbound approach to Callahan Road, which is north of Mount Rose Highway. So although the applicants with their proposal, their project, will not generate additional traffic on that approach, the additional traffic at the intersection will cause that level of service to go to an F, which is failing. However, it's almost there at this time right now. Right now it's at a level of service E. There will be substantial roadway improvements associated with this, provided by the applicant. That includes calming features along Fawn Lane, equestrian pedestrian path along Fawn Lane, an acceleration lane on Mount Rose Highway, school bus waiting areas, and additional stop signs on the local neighboring streets. Should mention that Tumwa will be the provider of water service for this project. Throughout the process, we heard a number of concerns that this project will further exacerbate the failing of wells in the area. You do have a very detailed letter from Tumwa that addresses this issue, and because Tumwa is now the purveyor, it's no longer Washoe County, they have significantly more resources, and they're able to better utilize those resources, reduce the actual pumping in the area, and as a result, there's going to be, according to Tumwa, a net zero impact on groundwater resources in this area. And that is in Tumwa's letter. Also, there is, Washoe County will be the purveyor.
Mr. Lloyd, just a second. Let's please not have any participation by the audience. Let's let the presenter make his presentation and not have any comments at this point. We will have time for public comment shortly. Go ahead, Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. The sewer service will be provided by Washoe County. It will gravity feed for the most part. There will be the addition of 2 lift stations, one in Sierra Village and the other in Donner Village. Those 2 lift stations will be underground with small cabinet control above ground. Additionally, there is a special use permit request for a 500,000-gallon water storage tank. It will be 20 feet tall, 70 feet in diameter. It will be required to meet all of the same stringent grading requirements as the tentative map. And if I could just have a couple more minutes.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
We'll be complete soon. We also have conditioned that the tank be painted a dark color to blend in with the natural surrounding environment. There will also be a booster pump station, 16 feet tall, approximately 800 square feet masonry building located near the water tank. If I could show you the above graphic, I believe this graphic does a very good job of detailing the difference between the first application and the revised application. What you see is that area in purple, as well as almost all of the area in blue. That was the original grading. It has been scaled back significantly, as you can see, with this request. What you find is that the reduction is about a 27% reduction in overall area and a 64% reduction in actual excavation from the original request. This is a little fuzzy, but this shows you the cross sections of the 3 villages. And what it does is show you that, for the most part, they're working with the contours in terms of grading of the site. There are a few, especially in the center one, the Tioga Village, that will have a little bit more excavation than the other villages, but it's a significant, I can assure you, a significant improvement over the original application. Again, to wrap up the grading, this project will result in about 610,000 cubic yards of excavation. They'll utilize rockery walls where they have to. Now, we're limiting the maximum height to 10 feet for these rockery walls. Most of them will be significantly smaller than that. They will hydroseed, revegetate, require temporary irrigation, silt fencing, fiber rolls, and straw matting. Additionally, the grading will be done in phases as it comes in, so you won't anticipate all of the grading happening at once. There is a provision in the area plan that limits the cut and grading to 8 feet in height. That's for cuts and fill slopes. Any grade changes larger than that have to be terraced with retaining walls. Again, the idea is to utilize the natural contours as much as possible, and we feel that the applicants have done that to a great extent. Also, talking about drainage and common areas, and get there. All of the common areas, including the trails, open space, common landscaping, will be maintained by a homeowners association. And the applicants are proposing the construction of 4 stormwater detention basins. On the property, these detention basins will be oversized to handle the 5 and 100-year storm events, and further ensure that this project does not exacerbate existing flooding conditions in the area. I wanted to bring this to your attention. This came to us very late in the process, after the staff report had already been written. So we were unable to address it in the staff report. However, word came that there was a golden eagle nest found within close proximity. It doesn't show very well, but that graphic to the right shows the possible locations of where that nest may be. It's about a half a mile from the proposed disturbance. We identified it's most likely located on the U.S. Forest Service property. We have been in contact with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who indicated that although we'd like to see these birds protected, they're not on an endangered species list. There is no requirement for eagles on private lands, but they do recommend the immediate monitoring of this nest. The applicants will be working with NDOW, in addition to mule deer and other wildlife, to pursue a strategy for preservation protection of this nest or any other nest found within the vicinity. This application, this project went through a substantial community process, received substantial community input, as I'm sure you have seen in your packets. The applicants hosted 2 community workshops. Those were in the summer of 2016, as well as 2 citizen advisory boards. They went to the November 10th South Truckee Meadows Washoe Valley Citizen Advisory Board. After they revised the plan, they came back to the May 11th Citizen Advisory Board. Now, many of the changes, many of the revisions came as a result of the comments that were received at that first Citizen Advisory Board. But we feel that we have addressed in our staff report, to the best that we can, we tried to address all of those issues that have been raised by the community that you're going to hear tonight. And I promise you, this neighboring group is very well organized, and they bring some very compelling arguments. They bring some very compelling concerns. As staff, we hope that we've addressed those concerns as best that we can. A lot of their concerns have to do with certain studies and the feeling that some of them are inadequate. I would like to add that many of those studies are preliminary. We are not at final design. We do not require a certain level of detail until they get to the final design, such as a geotechnical report. That was a preliminary report. The final geotechnical report will be much more substantial, much more detailed. We will be able to draw a lot more information at that time. So there's also one issue I wanted to touch on, and that was the concern raised by several folks about the possible contamination of soils due to historic mining in the area. I will say that is not a requirement for review. We do not have an environmental review process. We don't have an environmental permitting process like they do in some states. We have forwarded that study as well as the responses from the neighbors to our health department and from the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection, and have not received any concerns or feedback from either of those organizations. Noticing, we have noticed the required noticing per Article 608 and 810. As we did notice 70 different property owners at a distance of 500 feet out. Staff feels that this project meets all of the tentative map finding requirements. We are, in fact, recommending approval of the proposed tentative map. Also, we felt that it could meet the findings for the special use permit, as well as the findings found in forest area plan, specifically for the special use permit. And with that, we offer the following motion, and we're available for any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Any questions for Mr. Lloyd or Ms. Mullen?
Well, I have a question, but I'm not sure if it's for Mr. Lloyd or if it would be for Bob over here on a new phrase that I saw in our report that I've never seen before. And it's on the tentative map project evaluation, page 7 of 28, and it said it's not the function of a tentative map review process to determine whether 225 residential units at this location is an appropriate use of land. It just seems to, I'm not sure where that.
I would love to address that if I could.
I've never seen that before, so I just.
Yes, I would love to address that. If I could, I put that in there because tonight we're not reviewing whether or not the zoning is appropriate. The zoning was established, roughly 10 years ago, and so the determination of whether a density to support 225 units is appropriate, that's already been decided. Okay. That's all.
We've just never seen that phrase put in there before.
Any other questions for Mr. Lloyd or Ms. Mullen?
I do, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah, Mr.
For Mr.
Lawson.
Floyd, yes. As I'm reading page 8 of the staff report, it discusses in detail the current master plan categories and regulatory zones of the subject property were established with the adoption of the forest area plan updated in September of 2010. The subject property, now known as Ascenti, was formerly known as Matera Ridge. And it goes on to say, additionally, the Matera Ridge property was relocated from the South Valley's area plan into the forest plan. During the processing for the forest area plan update, there was a significant amount of meetings and public involvement, and during that time, the representatives of the Matera Ridge property expressed their support for the proposed forest area plan, which included all of the goals and policies which were eventually adopted. The property owners represented that the forest area plan would enable Matera Ridge to be an environmental showcase community in northern Nevada, and they committed to a land plan that does minimal damage to the natural habitat. It goes on to say, the Matera Ridge representatives further committed to build and dedicate to Washoe County the extension of Thomas Creek Parkway from the intersection of Mount Rose to Matera Ridge across from the United States Forest Service property as the primary access road. It goes on to say all of the commitments and representations provided by the previous owners of the Ascenti property, Matera Ridge, were used as criteria to support the intensification of the property when the forest area plan update was adopted. Now, I know that the staff report indicates that the applicant intends to build that road in the second phase. My concern is if it's a primary access road, how does that wait for the second phase? And how did staff determine that that meets the criteria for the master plan if fundamental to the reallocation to the forest plan was contingent upon those inherent conditions? So first of all, I think you did a terrific job. The staff did a terrific job with the report. I think applicant has done a terrific job of mitigating a lot of the concerns. But this one directly impacts the traffic associated with the neighborhood, which is my primary concern, and I'll address that later. But I'm curious to know if that's a judgment call and whether we as the Planning Commission have the authority to say we disagree that meets the master plan conditions. So that's kind of a gray area. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, I would, absolutely. Thank you. And Mr. Lawson through the chair.
Yes, Mr. Lloyd.
The commitment, it's exactly right, what you read, that there was a commitment to utilize that connection to the Thomas Creek intersection as the primary. Staff was, we had quite a few discussions about that very issue early on. It was determined that the vast number of units would connect off of ultimately that connection to Thomas Creek, and for that reason, it would eventually become the primary access. Now, there were no code, no policies that memorialized that commitment. So from that perspective, we don't have anything to point to say, you know what, there's a requirement that connection has to be built first. And ultimately, that's what we came down on, that they will still adhere to that commitment down the road. Additionally, there's the condition that no additional units beyond the 225 would access off of Fawn Lane and Shauna. That would all have to access off of that connection. So in that regard, yeah, it was a judgment call. But I go back to we never memorialized that as a requirement in either code or in policy.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, other commission questions? Yes, Sarah.
Thank you. Just for the audience, these little lights up here are we're not sure if they're on or off. So, first off, I would like to compliment Ms. Mullins and you, Mr. Lloyd, on providing these flowcharts. This is extremely helpful, and I would really ask that they be put up on big boards so people can see that the majority of steps that all of this stuff has to go through. So the public understands that this is the beginning of a process, not the end of a process. So a couple of questions. What is the current level of service on Fawn Lane? Because you say the project will make it go to a service level of C.
Right.
So, and forgive me this volume here in terms of what, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you know what the current level of service is on Fawn Lane?
Yeah, I do not know if it's currently at a C. I do not know. Maybe I'll bring our engineer up here and he can address
Yes, Mr. Smith, would you state your name, please?
Yeah, good evening. For the record, Dwayne Smith, Director of Engineering and Capital Projects for Washoe County. Currently, I'm reading from a traffic study report that was required as part of the process for us to review the proposed tentative map. And on page 22 of 26, it identifies Callahan, Fawn, Tannerwood, and Goldenrod, what the existing level of service as compared to a level of service C. And on Fawn, I'm sorry, you asked about Fawn. It was identified that there's approximately 788 ADT, or movements of traffic on Fawn Lane currently. That's about 11% of what the level of service C movement is. With the project, it's proposed to go up to 1,858 movements along Fawn Lane. So there is a distribution, and that would put it at about 38 per, excuse me. Yes, the project traffic is 1,858 movements for a total volume of 2,646. And again, these are estimates based on the traffic study. That would put it at about a 38% of what we look at it as in terms of a level of service C, which would be an appropriate level for this type of and width of roadway.
Thank you. Then the other question, I guess this, Mr. Lloyd, this would be, it's more of a comment. With regards to the forest area plan policies, and in the first statement that you said is growth in the planning area is managed to minimize negative impacts on the area's character, impacts related to light, air, and water pollution, wildlife and wildlife habitat, and the blending of the new development with any existing development. I appreciate your comment with regards to a nesting golden eagle. There may not be any federal regulation, but in the forest plan it does state the protection of wildlife and wildlife habitat. And I just remind the audience, and planning staff are used to me saying this now, area plans take precedence over everything else. So I just draw your attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commission questions?
I do, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Lawson, yes.
With respect to the traffic study and the travel forecasts contained therein, I have some experience in this arena, and I know that that the consultant firms hired for these are tasked with trying to provide the estimates that best serve their client, and I respect that. And I'm not suggesting that this traffic study is anything but consistent with standard practice. However, I do know that the Nevada Department of Transportation has a policy that requires travel forecasts to be approved by the Traffic Information Division for any roadway that is under their jurisdiction, which Mountain Rose Highway is. And so with respect to the level of service of F going to the intersection of Callahan Road and Mount Rose Highway, I am asking staff, was that process, was that NDOT policy followed with respect to having the travel forecasts validated, verified by the Traffic Information Division? I see no record of it in the staff report. I do see a memorandum from NDOT District 2 traffic engineers that speak to the issuance of occupancy permits, and also has expressed some concerns about the left turn movements there in terms of safety. But I see no documentation from the Traffic Information Division that says that they approved those travel forecasts.
Again, Dwayne Smith for the record. I'll take a stab at that, Commissioner, through the chair. As with all these projects, we always submit to the other agencies for review and comment as well, and just as this project was. The comments came back, and there was certainly some discussion associated with that with District 2. The outcome of that was the turn lanes basically on Mount Rose Highway, the Excel, DXL, coming in off Fawn Lane. There's been a lot of conversation about the impacts at Callahan. Even prior to this project, Washoe County, of course, has been involved in discussions regarding signalized intersection. So there's been discussion regarding how, before this project, would traffic movements meet the minimum warrant requirements for the construction of a signalized intersection. With this project, those warrants, according to NDOT and those discussions with District 2, those warrants are still not met for signalized intersection. As in terms of your specific question, the responses that we got were the responses that we got from NDOT. So I have to make some assumptions about what those additional levels of discussion were internally. We are basing our recommendations on Washoe County Code, the review of that code, and also on those discussions with NDOT as in terms of what potentially might occur in the future should warrants meet those specific requirements. Those changes may come with other and future development that occurs within the area. I'm not sure I exactly answer your question, but I hope I gave you a little bit more background information.
You did, thank you.
Other commission questions? Anybody else? Okay. Then, seeing none, is there an applicant presentation?
Good evening, Commission. For the record, Angela Foos with Loomis, today representing the Ascente project. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, so I think we're going to get that loaded. Just to maybe do a quick start here, there's been a lot of discussion today from staff on the project and outlining the steps and a tentative map process. I want to spend a little bit more time talking about how we got to today and why there are so many people standing behind me right now. This isn't something that was done overnight. This is something that's been going on for the last year. So let's go through that process, and maybe I can answer some of the concerns that we've heard from the neighbors and at the CAB meetings. So for one, we started this process a year ago, and we did a very extensive outreach process. Before we even put a line on a map, we sent out letters to 500 neighbors, and we said, come to an open house. In fact, we'll have 2 open houses. We want to come, we want to hear your concerns. And we put together some boards saying, here's topography, here's zoning, here's infrastructure. What are your big concerns? What do you want to see happen on this property? So what we took away from that was the importance of trails, the importance of access, the importance of keeping that rural character. So based on that information, we then put together a tentative map. Through that process, again, we met with homeowners associations, individual neighbors, we met with staff dozens of times. We went to the CAB twice. So through this entire process, it has not been without public input. Not only did we submit a full application in October, we stopped after we went to the first CAB meeting, and we resubmitted an entire new package, and we did drastic changes to the site plan. So this is, again, really above and beyond what I have ever been involved with on any subdivision map. The outreach process was, again, above and beyond what I would typically ever do for a subdivision, but knowing the history of the forest area plan and the fact that it took 5 years to get that plan adopted, knowing that this community was very active and very vocal, we wanted to make sure that we allowed time and input through that process. So here's where we're at now. That forest area plan was adopted back in 2010. That is the zoning. That is set in stone. We are not asking for a zone change. We are not asking to change the density. This property is approved for 632 units, period. What we're proposing is 225 units. Where we're at now is the tentative map. So the zoning's in place. It's been in place for 7 years. We are now putting together a lot design, a concept, to show you what that layout's going to look like. Once this process is approved, it then goes to a final map process. That final map is when you submit all of the hard design drawings and reports. So this, again, is a preliminary process. This is called a tentative map. Next, you go to final map. What's in the forest area plan? So we're going to highlight, again, some of the big public comments that you're going to hear tonight, and here's how we're addressing each of those as part of this design. So one thing we heard again and again was that property we thought was open space. A lot of people said we thought it was Forest Service property. It's been private property since 1903. It's always been thought for development. So again, while the zoning's in place, we are allowed to develop up to 632 lots. With that, we have specific standards. Those standards are part of the forest area plan. Within that area plan, there's also an overlay district, and we call it the Mr. Muwad, or the Matera Ridge Mixed Use Overlay. And the idea of mixed use came out of those discussions when the previous owner bought this property. His idea was to do 3 times the density than is proposed now. At what time he had a site plan with 2,200 lots. There was a mixed use and a town center component. There was actually a hotel component as part of that. So all of that discussion went into the traffic and discussion about Thomas Creek. In all of those site plans, they always showed access on Fawn and on Shauna, which is where we're showing access as well. So there was never any, bait and switch. Throughout the entire 5-year process, all of the previous owner concept drawings showed access on Shauna and Fawn Lane, which is where we're showing access today. Again, within the forest area plan, there's certain design characters that we have to meet. One of them is the requirement for protection of open space, and that has to do with cluster development, the common open space where you protect more of your open space areas rather than developing on it, and special treatments related to grading and slopes. Again, this is an area with some challenging topography, so there's very specific design criteria as part of that forest area plan. So what is the common open space design? We've had a lot of people come back and say, it's zoned for properties that are 1 acre and 12,000 square feet. How come all of your lots don't conform to that? And that goes back to the common open space design. Here's a map of every subdivision within near proximity that also utilized common open space design. Why do you do it? You do it anytime you're trying to protect something. It could be wetlands, it could be a FEMA flood zone, it could be earthquake faults, it could be hillsides, a number of reasons. It's very commonly used. It's very commonly used in the surrounding area, so it's not unique. It is called out as part of the forest area plan as well. And again, what does it do? Well, it creates the ability to protect the areas that we don't want you to develop. So you create smaller lots. It does not give you the ability to add more density. Nothing changes with that. It just changes the design of your product. So all of that is called out as part of the forest area plan. There's also going to be discussion today on the Mount Rose Scenic Byway. That's a document that is a Washoe County recorded document. It's been adopted, and it calls out specific standards, and it's related to signage along the Mount Rose corridor, grading, road design, and commercial uses. Interestingly enough, within the forest area plan, this document is referenced 24 times. So everything that's in this document is also already integrated as part of the forest area plan design standards. I just want to bring that to your attention. In addition, what we've done, as Trevor talked about, is we've created a separate set of design guidelines. So a tentative map follows code, but we wanted to make sure that things were above and beyond code. So we put in specific design standards that would get recorded as part of your final map related to grading standards, fencing, lighting, and some of these other things that we talked about in creating that rural character. So where we're at now is the tentative map. These are probably the 6 biggest topics that you're going to hear about tonight. So I just wanted to talk about some of these in a little bit more detail. So a tentative map, again, it's preliminary design. So what we've done is we've submitted all the reports, all the design guidelines relative to a tentative map application. The first one is lead. It was brought to our attention through an op-ed in the Reno Gazette that somebody said there is lead on this site. That was a concern. We're not comfortable with that either. So we hired a firm to go out and do soil testing. What they found is that There is lead on this site, but it is less than what you find in a typical Nevada soil. Lead is a mineral. You have lead in your backyard, I have lead in my backyard. It's naturally occurring. So here's an example of the level of acceptance. If you're the EPA, 400 parts per million is what they value as an okay level of lead. If you have a typical Nevada soil, again, this is not contamination, this is naturally occurring, 21 parts per million. Of all the testing that we did, it ranged in parts per million between 4 and 18. So again, that tells you that there's no contamination on this site. Any lead that is found in this material on this property is less than what you're going to find naturally occurring in Nevada. We do have McGinley and Associates here, and they'll speak under public record to provide you a little bit more detail. Geotech. We're going to hear a lot about fault lines. Here's a map based on today's fault lines. This came from a published map. This is where we get our information from as well. USGS provides this. Everything in blue are existing Holocene fault lines. So yes, there are fault lines in this area. There's a dashed line on the northwest corner of our property, which is what we're finding to be a concealed fault, meaning it's not identified as anything, but when we go to final design, that's an area we're going to look at specifically to find out what it is. And if it is an active fault, meaning it's more than, or its birth date was more than 11,000 years ago, we need to address that. Just like every property in this area, if you have an active fault on your property, there are certain requirements. There's building code requirements and there's setbacks. That doesn't mean you can't develop anywhere near that fault line. As you can see by this map, they're everywhere in this area. Storm drainage. Again, you're going to see a lot of images today about flooding and storm drain. Nothing has been done to this property, so everything that's existing on the neighbor's property is not related to Ascente. Let's just put that out there. What we've seen is that there is flooding. Most of those homes were probably developed as custom homes. They were probably not done as part of a big subdivision. So unless you come in with a master drainage plan to show how you're going to refine drainage, you're going to run into this problem. But what we can do is we can actually help support their problem. We have 4 detention basins, and the idea of detention is to capture that storm drain and then release it in a way that you can actually control. So what we have on the very top left in red is an existing retention basin. That retention basin was not sized correctly from a previous development, and so it overflows and runs onto the neighboring properties. Through Ascente development, we're able to fix that problem. So we're able to capture that storm drain and divert it to an area into a detention basin that we've actually oversized. So code requires a certain level, meaning how much storm drain you can hold. We've upsized that about 35%. So again, the problem that they have now is not a problem associated with Ascente, but Ascente can be the solution to help them. Domestic well impacts. As Trevor mentioned, this is a letter provided by Tumwa. We do have John Enlow, who actually wrote this letter, in the audience tonight, and he can address any issues related to well. There are wells in the surrounding area. This project will not tie into a well. It is all going to be served by Tumwa water lines. So I will let John Enlow address any questions that you have related to that issue. Traffic impacts. I know Commissioner Lawson had some specific questions, and we have our traffic engineer here. When we get to the question and answer period, I'll let him come up and address your questions. But again, going back to what was initially approved and why are we allowing development on these 2 access roads, Fawn Lane and Shauna Lane? Those roads have capacity for development. We know that. Mr. Smith just emphasized that as well. So you are allowed to add new traffic on those roads within limits. So as long as we can stay within those thresholds, development can occur. I know people don't like roads with traffic on them. I understand that. The fact, again, that this was approved for development, approved with zoning back in 2010, tells you that it was always anticipated that traffic was going to happen. So what we can do and try and mitigate that. So we've listed out some of the things, and staff went over these things. These are some of the mitigation things we're doing. Improvements on Mount Rose Highway and Fawn Lane. Right now, there's no acceleration lane onto Mount Rose Highway. That's huge. So that not only helps the existing residents, it helps the future residents. We also put in some traffic calming. We heard a lot of concerns about speeding on Fawn Lane, so this will help to reduce that problem. People said one of the key things that they like about this area is the fact that they can take their horses out and the fact that it's rural. So we put in some trails, and all that's within right-of-way. It's not within any kind of private property on Fawn Lane. And again, we're adding some stop signs into some of the residential roads. And of course, we're paying into the regional road impact fees. Blasting is another one you're going to hear about. This is an image taken directly from one of the CAB meetings where there was concern about blasting. So we wanted to show you, this is the perception. And we have not had good dialogue with the members about what blasting actually is, when you use it, and what it looks like. This is not what today's blasting looks like. This reminds me of something maybe at a mine, maybe with dynamite. We do have a blasting expert here on staff that can walk you through what techniques are used today and how it's very safe and precautions are taking. I do have a video to give you an idea of a typical blasting that would use next to a residential neighborhood. And where you would typically use it is if you're putting in infrastructure like sewer lines and water lines, or you need to do some trenching. So it's in a small area. It's not something that happens. You're not going to blast an entire mountain apart. You're not going to do it over years and years. It's milliseconds. It's a very quick, efficient way to do it. And again, that's just based on technology. So if we can have you hit play, this will give you an example of what blasting in a residential area could look like. Pretty minimal. And again, we have an expert here who can address specifically what that looks like. Mule deer. So wildlife and habitat was a big question. We have actually had in-depth conversations with NDOW representatives. We've taken them out to the site. We have physically walked the site with them. We'll be putting together a mitigation plan to deal with wildlife. That's part of the final map process. So here's just an example of when you use common open space, you provide these corridors. So wildlife still has an opportunity to go where they would normally go. We have Forest Service property next to us, so naturally, that's where the mule deer go. And then Trevor talked about that golden eagle nest. This is where we think it's probably located, and that's just based on the information provided by the neighbor that took some images. So we're not clear if it's actually on the Ascente property or if it's on the adjacent Forest Service property. There are no requirements, but again, as part of the forest area plan, we've had those discussions with NDOW and with the Wildlife Service to figure out what we can do to work together.
You're going to have to go ahead and wrap it up then, if you could.
Okay. Next up is final map process. Here's some key things that they brought up as concerns. Improvement bonds, that is dealt with at the final map stage. It is a requirement on the final map checklist. And construction traffic. You are required to put together a haul route as part of your final map, so I just wanted to let you know that is required at the next step. And then finally, again, we do have Washoe County staff's recommendation of approval. This has been a very long, tedious project. It's actually been more than 10 months. Now we're looking at 12 months of working with the community, making changes, trying to incorporate everybody's concerns. So we're doing what we call as responsible growth. We're not coming in and just saying, we don't care what you say, we're going to put in 632 lots. We're trying to do the right thing and to work with the neighbors. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, any questions for the applicant's representative?
Mr. Chair.
Well, let's start with Francine. Yeah, go ahead.
Just a couple. You talked about the range of soil testing that you did. How wide of a range of acreage did you cover? What depth did you go to clarify that testing?
Yeah, and I'm going to have Joe McGinley from McGinley and Associates come up and answer that question. He's working his way up. We actually have if it helps, maybe what I'll do is pull up a map so we can go back.
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner and Commission members. My name is Joe McGinley. I'm a principal with McGinley & Associates, and I was the principal in charge of this project. With me here today, who I'll introduce a little later in my presentation, is Tony Dimple, who was our project manager, and he has a little bit more in-depth knowledge on some of the specifics.
For the record, Tony Dimple with McGinley & Associates. And the question was, what area did we sample?
Well, how large of an area did you sample, acreage?
So
and what different soil depths did you test?
So the soil depth was surface soil, the top 0 to 4 inches, and the lateral extent was the whole proposed development phase 1. Ended up being 88 2-acre grids, so approximately 170 to 180 acres total.
How many, now you may have been in here, but how many actual testings did you do within that area?
We collected 440 total samples, but those were condensed down into 88 samples. So we would take 5 samples from a 2-acre grid, combine it into one homogenized sample. That one sample would then be sent to the laboratory for testing.
Mr. Commissioner, if I may, a lot of your questions I think I'll address in my presentation later, so perhaps we can defer until that time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have another quick question.
Yeah.
The mitigations you did for the blasting, it didn't look very impactful coming up out of the ground, but what about vibration and noise with that?
Yeah, we also have the blasting expert here, and he's going to give a presentation later. Would it make sense to wait till he gives his 3 minutes under public comment, and then we can ask questions after that?
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Chesney.
So, you talk about this phase. So you're going to take 632 acres right now, and you're going to put 225 buildable lots on it. And so that 632 acres is out of play after the 200.
So this is the boundary. The total boundary is everything in yellow, the 632 lots. So what we're proposing is everything on the west side, so everything in green. Everything beyond that is outside of it. Now, one thing that you need to be aware of too is no more traffic can be associated with development on this site until they come up with another access. So that's one of the conditions as part of the tentative map. So the land can, on the east side can be developed in a future tentative map, but they have to be able to provide another means of access other than Fawn and Shauna.
So everything in that green square up there is a total of 632 acres?
Correct.
So it's really not, you're only going to put 225 lots on 632 acres.
What's proposed is 225 lots over 225 acres.
Okay. That's not clear in the proposal at all.
Sizing.
And again, there's a lot of things tied to a tentative map, and you have to be able to meet all those conditions. So the staff has put a condition on that no additional traffic can be generated through Fawn and Shauna. So until another access, Thomas Creek mainly, until that happens, no development can occur on the east side of the property.
So eventually, at build-out, this potentially can have 632
Correct.
homes on the 632 acres.
Correct.
Okay, just want to clear that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
If I may.
Yes, Sarah.
To add to what Commissioner Chesney just asked, I mean, it's not one for one because there are slope restrictions on this entire property.
And that's where that common open space design comes into play. So you cannot increase the density, but you can do smaller lot sizes, and so you can leave the slopes in the more topographically challenged area as undeveloped.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant's representative? Okay, we're going to do public comment next, but let's take a 10-minute break before we go to that. So we'll be back here in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Right. Yeah, we do.
Then we're done. We'll have to table it.
So what do you think of changing it? Why we got the break? What do you think about
Oh, no, I was at,
I know that, and I, from the other, from the rodeo association, it's almost 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think we're
I think
we're done 10 minutes. I guess we'll go ahead and get
I would just gavel.
Okay.
Because you have your planning commissioners, that's what I was counting. So you got everybody here, so as soon as Mike sits down, you're good.
Okay.
Well, no, because I'm sure Greg is brother. He's second vice president.
Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. And I just would like
If I
to
could have
remind...
everybody's attention, the chair is calling the meeting back to order, so the sooner that you sit down and be quiet, the sooner the meeting will start again, so please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Okay, and I'd just like to remind everyone we're trying to finish this by 11 o'clock, so we have a little over 2 hours to go, so we'd like to move it along, and we do have other things on the agenda as well. Now, I believe the applicant's representative wanted to clarify something that she said in her earlier testimony, so we'd ask her to come forward and state your name and then clarify your point, please.
Thank you again for the record, Angela Booth, representing the applicant. Just a point of clarification on my storm drainage discussion. I use the word solution, and I want to withdraw that. The development of Ascente is not the solution to the adjacent neighbor storm drain problems. What we've done is we have oversized our drainage basins, so that is contributing to a problem that we can make better. Right now, again, the storm drainage doesn't have anywhere to go in a contained area, so when it comes off of the parcel, a lot of times it will run into somebody's backyard. If there's an individual with a pond in their backyard, we'll see pictures of where the pond is overflowing. So in situations like that, we've now created a situation that's better than what exists today because we're providing a place for that storm drain runoff to go. And then we've provided an area or a drainage area where it can then go to the Galena Creek. So just clarification, this is not a solution. It's helping to make a situation better. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Angela. Any questions for Angela on the point of clarification? Okay, seeing none, then we'll go ahead and open public comment. Kathy, do we have any public comment?
We do. We have Ryan Loetscher, followed by Sherry Bainter.
Okay, would you state your name and address, please?
Ryan Letcher, 5265 Goldenrod. And real quick to address your question, Mr. Chesney, they will be having 410 units on that phase 2, so not exactly accurate what they had to say. Look, we are not here to fight growth. We are here to fight improperly managed growth. Look, the county has done an outstanding job directing growth to our beautiful area. It's a place where city life and nature coexist. Enjoy Galena's pristine trails by day and then head down to Hipsville by happy hour. I mean, our little secret is out. Look, we want the county to grow and to thrive. But if we keep ignoring the intent of our area plans and keep mitigating, eventually there's nothing left to mitigate. Then what was the point? We have put so much focus on how to create growth that we have lost sight of keeping that growth properly managed to protect what draws people to our region in the first place. We will demonstrate to you that the developer's plan does not keep to the intent of our area plans. Are we really going to double the population of a high fire danger area without expanding evacuation routes, risking hundreds of lives, or ignore a former EPA expert's opinion on a potentially flawed lead study because, what, we don't have standards to go by? Or not require any, or not enough mitigation to excessive traffic issues that endanger our children? Is our safety not worth that much? How about NDOW submitted testimony that mitigations aren't enough to protect the dwindling mule deer populations that find sanctuary in this important habitat? Or the Mount Rose Scenic Byway Plan that clearly prohibits grading and large road cuts on the Steamboat Hills to protect our most iconic viewshed. Because why? The developer needs to meet their ROI? This is not an angry, well, they are an angry mob, but this mob represents geologists, geochemists, environmental engineers, hydrologists, researchers, educators, developers, experts in their respective fields. In some cases, these experts have more experience than the ones you're listening to for your information. Do not discount their testimony as ill-informed or unimportant. Look, we care about our area, and developers can too. This group does not, regardless of what they say. If they did, they wouldn't be ignoring our unanimous cries. They wouldn't be threatening the county with lawyers, threatening our area's character, beauty, wildlife, and its people's safety with a plan that simply does not fit. The county has bent over backwards to help this developer meet the various area plans, but they aren't there yet. Throughout this presentation, we don't simply say, not in my backyard. We give conditions for approval that help meet the requirements of our area plans to preserve the Reno we love and the Galena area that draws people from all over the county. At what point is it no longer the county's job to shoulder the burden of Asente's desperate scramble to make profit, and we hold them responsible for their own gamble in purchasing unworkable land? They have the right to build. But they have to respect our county and its management plans. They are not guaranteed that 225 homes here. They need a better plan, and we are here to present one to you. Sherry?
Sherry Bainter, followed by Donna
Thank you.
Lake.
State your name and address, please.
For the record, Sherry Bainter. I live at 15065 Goldenrod Drive. Harm to wildlife has not been fully considered by the Asente developers. We've heard that the forest area plan protects wildlife, and that is held utmost to any other guidelines. Harm to wildlife, because it's not considered, Steamboat Hills, let's just talk about what wildlife is up there. There's mule deer, mountain lion, golden eagle family, and many other species. The pictures shown here were taken by myself on April 30th, 2017. The golden eagle's nest with eaglets is located at the back doorstep of Asente development. Golden eagles return to nest year after year with a territory of up to 60 square miles. Eagles rely on this established roost site areas because of the proximity to sufficient food sources. Permanent landscape changes may eliminate these relied upon areas and force eagles to seek out other foraging areas. Such a loss can harm golden eagles. Golden eagles are protected. They are protected by two regulations: the Bald and Golden Eagle Act, the BGEPA, and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, MBTA. The law prohibits the disturbing of these majestic birds. You cannot willfully or unknowingly cause injury, impact productivity, or cause nest abandonment. Birds' nest and their territories, the birds, the nests, and the territories are protected. You can't even take a stick from an empty nest. If Asente construction, blasting, or potential blasting, and territory destruction causes these birds not to return, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services can fine up to $100,000 and 1 year in prison. It's double for organizations. The construction site, as said, is about a half mile away, within the zone of concern for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. You're now informed, and you cannot ignore this information. Developers have no eagle habitat conservation plan, no bird conservation strategy, no permit from the Secretary of Interior to move forward. Included in the Fish and Wildlife interim golden eagle inventory and monitoring protocols, the project biologists need to collect data over multiple years. They need to establish immediate monitoring of the nest. They need to collect data and territory delineation, prey base, area compensation and abundance. They need to also monitor productivity. They need to identify activities of disturbance. Number one on the list in this protocol is the fact that they...
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Donna Lake, followed by John Beach.
Would you state your name and address, please?
My name is Donna Lake, 15866 Fawn Lane. I live at the end of Fawn Lane, close to this development. I'm going to speak on the mule deer. Included in Exhibit D is a letter from the Department of Wildlife dated October 13th that discusses the decline in numbers of the mule deer and the importance of the Steamboat Hills to them and other wildlife. They conclude the letter recommending that the Steamboat Hills area remain undeveloped and that permitting of the development in this area, quote, remain in the larger development matrix as opposed to outside or on the fringe and in the areas with low to no wildlife habitat values, end quote. A few months later, NDOW followed up with a message that stated, because it is private land, they will work with the owners on a mitigation plan. We understand that the county is under great pressure to approve housing and that it's hard to deny property owners the right to build, and they will be forced to follow a mitigation plan. But none of that really matters to the mule deer or the golden eagle. Quote from NDOW, the cumulative impacts of permitting developments in important wildlife habitat areas surrounding the city of Reno and in Washoe County continues to erode wildlife habitat, resulting in local and regional population declines, which is counter to the Washoe County Master Plan. They finished this letter with this warning on potential mitigation, stating, we recognize that mitigation is likely to not be able to offset the permanent loss of the Steamboat Hills. Currently, the mule deer are primarily located in the Tioga and Whitney subdivision areas. These are the exact areas that NDOW is referencing when they discuss not building in the fringe areas. Ascente may own the land, and Reno may need more housing, but at what point do we jeopardize the long-term health of our area for short-term gains? What is the point of our management plans if we don't intend on following their recommendations? We also must point out that NDOW has recommended bear-safe trash containers through the development. We ask that the county follow up on this condition of approval. The next slide is wetland 1. You will see on the next few slides that there is a potential wetland area on the property as designated in the forest area plan that is not addressed by Ascente in any way. Here's the wetland pointed out by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife website. And here is an overlay of the Ascente project. Tioga subdivision is plotted right over the top of that. We require that these wetland areas be protected by the county. Protect our natural habitats.
Thank you.
John Beach, followed by Lorraine Porter.
Would you please state your name and address?
John Beach, 14985 La Brianna Avenue. Slide, please. Second slide, please. I speak to section 110-608-25 of the Development Code, specifically public health. The Planning Commission shall find that the design of the subdivision or types of improvement is not likely to cause significant health problems. Slide, please. Next one. So there's lead contamination at the location of the proposed Ascente subdivision, but we don't know how bad it really is, and it's reasonable to believe that it could injure people. A year ago, the contractor or the developer hired McGinley & Associates. I reviewed their report and presented my findings in an 8-page letter and 2-page addendum to the commission. This is 3 minutes worth of highlights. Now, I can tell you that it takes an expert to sort through this kind of report because I am one. I hold a master's degree in environmental toxicology and spent 32 years of my career as an environmental professional, designing, implementing, reviewing, and interpreting studies like this one and using them to protect public health. The last 14 of those years was with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. McGinley collected 88 soil samples, measured lead concentrations in them. They concluded that those measurements are consistent with naturally occurring background and lower than a 500 ppm screening concentration on the NDEP and EPA websites. The catch is that that does not mean that the area is either not contaminated or safe. First, Next slide, please. Oh, no, back. Oh, no, leave that one, sorry. First, their background methods and data are widely rejected by regulators who make risk management decisions. A statistical and spatial analysis of McGinley's own measurements clearly show that the area is contaminated. It's those red circles on the map of sample locations. Even though they did not take nearly enough samples, even though they used the compositing method, wherein if only one of those 5 samples is contaminated, the other 4 can dilute it and hide that contamination. Second, the safe concentration they used is outdated and 5 times higher than the 80 ppm that US EPA now uses for site cleanups. Combining these 2 facts means that the concentration in McGinley's samples, those samples, could exceed EPA's safe levels. Their measurements of 18.4 ppm could easily exceed 80 ppm in one of the samples. The same goes for the other 6 red circles, and I've seen that happen again and again. For those reasons, Code Section 110-608-25 now imposes a duty on the Commission to protect public health by denying the application until a lot more of the right kind of sampling and analysis is done to provide confidence that residents will not be harmed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Lorraine Porter, followed by Chip Porter.
Would you state your name and address, please?
My name is Lee Ray Porter. I live on 5560 Wildwood Drive. I'm going to be discussing the geology and fault hazards of the Ascente property. Slide 1, please. According to state and Washoe County geologists, there's no question that faults are present. But to date, no work has been conducted on the Ascente project to determine exactly where the faults are located and how recently they have been active. If in fact faults are found to be active in the Ascente property, it will have a significant impact on how home sites can be located in this area, given the required structural setbacks away from the faults. Next slide. Next slide. Notice in the upper left-hand quadrant of this slide, the way that the current estate's property has worked hard to strategically locate their home sites to avoid the faults. Now, look at Ascente's property boundary highlighted in yellow. The known faults on this map stop at Ascente property. Why? Because the boundary of the 1983 study lies along the north property boundary and did not include this area. However, in reality, the faults don't stop at the northern property boundary, but in fact, extend to the property. They are there, just not located through detailed on-site field work. Next slide. Here is a detailed view of the Mount Rose estate plans. You can see how developers located the subdivision lots to ensure proper setbacks from each fault. The Mountain Rose Estates did the field geotechnical work required and adjusted their development layout to avoid the fault systems as shown in this slide. Next slide. The CFA comment response letter to Exhibit G states that a final geotechnical map, including field exploration, soil testing, rock ripidity study, and recommendations are required. Ascente needs to develop a target drilling program to include all areas that required surface disturbance, including the Sierra Village parcel cuts and the access road. This drilling property should be planned and conducted by a certified geologist with experience drilling in this formation. The goal of the drilling program should be to collect evidence in faulting, determine degree of fracturing, determine hardness and penetration rate. The results of the drilling program will immediately tell Ascente whether blasting will be necessary. We request that a Nevada state geologist be allowed to participate in the field data collection process so this very important information becomes part of the state geological record.
Thank you very much.
Chip Porter, followed by Jack Broadhurst.
That was reversed, actually. Can we have Chip Jack come up? Is that okay? Can we permit that? Because I guess those two got reversed from Chip wanted.
The slides are out of order.
Oh, okay, there's no problem with that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, sir.
Good evening, members of the commission.
Would you state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Jack Broadhurst, and I live on I live at 5245 Goldenrod Drive. I'm one of the 70 homes that are within 500 feet of the boundary. We're going to start with slide 5 here. And this plate shows the Ascente development in the southwest corner of the plate and provides a closer view of the faults. You can clearly see on the estates project, which is located to the immediate north of this development, and had to adjust development plans in order to stay away from the faults. The estates developer followed the proper methodology, be first locating the faults through the trenching, adjusting the development plans to keep homes off the fault sites, and then submitting the plan for approval. Ascente is seeking final approval without having done such any on-site geology exploration work, even though their consultant, Lumos, has recommended this work be done. It is impossible without any on-site specific field investigation work to prepare a plan of where home sites can be safely located. My neighbor Chip Porter, who will speak next, would never recommend this to his clients to seek a plan of approval before such on-site work is done. There are 2 Nevada Bureau of Mines reference geologic maps that cover this area. This plate is a composite of the 2 maps spliced together. The Ascente project is located in the hillside area south of the splice and east of the Galena Terrace 1 subdivision. As you can see, existing reference geologic maps show either faults projecting into the project from the north or crossing the site. Those are the red lines. Let's go to slide 6 here. This slide has you looking down Fawn Lane with current Callahan residents on the right. Based on Chip's review, he placed at least 5 fault or suspected fault lineaments crossing the subject site, those lines in the red. There are 2 topographic depressions which lie along 2 of these faults. As the existing development plans show, they pass through many home building sites, and the developer has made no effort to relocate any of the building sites away from the faults. And as you can see, they have drawn access and emergency exits across all of these faults. With this kind of faulting, what does the Ascente's plan, or how does it demonstrate that they are trying to mitigate this? And remember that a definition of a plan is to decide and arrange in advance, and we don't see any evidence of this at all. So.
Thank you very much.
Chip Porter, followed by Chris Hemline.
Would you state your name and address, please?
My name is Chip Porter, 5560 Wildwood Drive, Reno. I'm a longtime resident of Callahan Ranch and retired geological engineer and engineering geologist, and I've already provided a detailed summary to county staff of my objections with regard to the location and activity of potentially active and active faults on the subject site. A copy should be provided to you. A large part of my consulting business was the location of active faults. Slide 7 is an existing reference geologic report shows that the West Steamboat Fault, shown on the geologic map in front of you, and the cross-section as a major east boundary fault of the Galena Terrace Fault Complex. It crosses right through some of the most heavily developed portions of the site. The developer's consultant has chosen not to show this fault on any of the maps they have presented you thus far. I have, in fact, trenched some of the faults shown on this map in the vicinity of Galena Creek and found them to be active and have recommended structural setbacks from them. The commissioners must ask, does the Ascente development plan adequately address fault hazards in locations where home sites or roads overlie the fault? The failure to acknowledge the presence of all faults described in the reference geologic literature in their work presented thus far is of great concern. Slide 8, please. This slide shows a side-by-side comparison of what Ascente's consultants are reporting as faults of concern on the site versus what other public geologic reports and geologists have experienced entrenching faults in the Callahan area are showing. The Callahan residents are pleased to see that the county has requested much further fault exploration work. We are, however, very concerned to see that the geologic map presented in CFA's May 15th letter, prepared after the CAB presentations, still doesn't show the faults on their site. If they don't acknowledge the work of other geologists who show fault location and fault limits on their site, what in fact will they be trenching? The CFA letter Exhibit J concerning hillside development states twice, no Holocene fault lines have been identified within the Ascenti project. This statement was made by a planner, not a geologist, with experience or expertise in identifying faults. This statement underscores the attempt by the consultant to dismiss the works of selected geologists which don't support their own personal bias. I'm asking that the commissioners demand that all faults shown on the composite map that I've shown in front of you be explored through fault exploration trenching and field mapping. I'm also asking that the state geologists review those works to assure that they are compatible with normal standards. They must also demand that this work be performed by a qualified engineering geologist with experience in Holocene fault identification. A particular concern is the consultant's reluctance to show any of the faults in the geologic maps they presented. If they don't acknowledge these fault locations, what in fact will they be trenching? This project should not proceed to the next step without first having this information in hand.
Thank you very much.
Chris Hemline, followed by Liz Conboy.
Please state your name and address.
My name's Chris Hemline. I live at 5430 Tannerwood Drive. I'm a geochemist and an environmental engineer in the mining industry. On slide 9, in Exhibit J, CFA states that no Holocene faults have been identified within the Ascenti project boundary. This isn't quite true as provided by slide 6 previously shown. It's up to Ascenti and the county to prove that there are no active faults on the property that would affect development, not Mother Nature to prove that they are there. The USGS has recently stated that the San Andreas is expected to move within the next 20 years. That could trigger a movement along the Little Valley Fault Swarm. Will Mount Rose area infrastructure survive a magnitude 6 or greater earthquake? Slide 10, please. Please consider the groundwater protection from the cumulative impacts due to construction and habitation on Steamboat Hills. Imagine the Ascenti development at the top of the hill as envisioned in this slide, which represents what is called the bathtub effect. Stormwater flowing off of the Steamboat Hills will transport pollutants down into our stormwater drainage and eventually infiltrate into groundwater. This will continue throughout construction and when homes are occupied. Who knows what people dump into their storm drains or out into their yards? There's little to no soil on these hills, so homeowners will apply heavy applications of fertilizer in an attempt to create green landscaping. That fertilizer will also make its way into stormwater runoff and then infiltrate to the Mount Rose aquifer, increasing nitrate levels even further. The following surface to groundwater accumulation of contaminants must be anticipated during construction and habitation. Sediment, ANFO, byproducts, including nitrates, petroleum, fuel spills, chemicals, road de-icing salt, and fertilizer. Slide 11, groundwater protection. From the Nevada Division of Water Planning, Part B, Comprehensive Groundwater Protection, quote, Nevada's policy is to protect all groundwater against deterioration in quality in order to maintain supplies that are suitable for beneficial uses, unquote. Who is responsible for the increase in degradation of water quality in the Mount Rose aquifer due to poorly planned growth? Is it Tumwa? Is it Washoe County? Callahan residents who abstract this water for domestic use will be the ones who pay the price, and who will pay to keep our water supplies clean for future generations. Nitrate in groundwater drinking water systems is of concern. While nitrate does occur naturally in groundwater, concentrations greater than 3 milligrams per liter generally indicate contamination. And a more recent nationwide study found that concentrations over 1 milligram per liter nitrate indicate human activity. EPA's maximum contaminant level for nitrate is set to protect against blue baby syndrome is 10 milligrams per liter. Recent research conducted by USGS in Douglas County concluded that increase in septic tank use and fertilizer have contributed to increases in nitrates in wells throughout Carson Valley. The results of this study indicate that nitrate concentrations are increasing in over 50% of wells sampled over a 16-year period in Carson Valley. I urge my Callahan Valley neighbors to please get their well water quality tested at least annually. Thank you.
Thank you.
Liz Conboy, followed by Lisa Madison.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Elizabeth Conboy, and I reside at 5265 Cross Creek Lane. My property backs up to this Ascenti development. This presentation will include a few individuals and describes the flow path that stormwater from Ascenti's property travels from the proposed Sierra Village south until it flows into Galena Creek. Slide. The two main points I want to make with this presentation are: first, little to no stormwater runoff occurred from the area of the proposed Sierra Village prior to 2002. And second, current and future runoff from that area has caused and will cause flooding in the existing neighborhood of Callahan Ranch. Slide. Prior to 2002, there was little drainage at the base of the Steamboat Hills, where the proposed Sierra Village will be. Stormwater runoff that traveled through Callahan Ranch was contained in drainage ditches on Cherrywood Drive, then traveled south to Galena Creek through that neighborhood. Prior to 2002, little to no runoff was generated from that area, which is south of Fawn Lane, as you can see there on that map. The area south of Fawn Lane was partially cleared and graded in the summer of 2002. Clearing the native vegetation resulted in compacted soils and hard-packed ground, which caused more stormwater runoff. This newly created runoff flowed onto Cedarwood Drive and then south to Galena Creek. Because a permit was not obtained for the grading work, it was stopped by Washoe County Air Quality Management Division. Slide. This image shows the proposed Ascente subdivisions and the flow path for stormwater. Note that most of the stormwater flows through private property, depicted on the slide with red lines. These properties do not have dedicated drainage easements. During the winter of 2005, we experienced above-average participation. Due to the failure of a detention basin in the estates at Mount Rose to contain the stormwater, flooding along the path of the red line became a significant issue. Next slide. The following images are enlargements of the stormwater flow path. The red triangles indicate locations where the following pictures were taken during the past winter. Someone else is going to go on from here with more slides, but I would just like to ask you to please give careful deliberation to all the information that you're going to hear tonight, and especially not only the letter of law with the plans and the forest plans and the scenic byways, but the spirit of the law as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you please state your name and address?
My name is Lisa Madison. I reside at 5260 Cross Creek Lane. My property backs up to the proposed Ascente development. Slide 7 shows this is Cedarwood Drive, where Ascente plans on dumping their storm water. Note how the water from Ascente flows over the roadway. Next slide, please. This image shows how Ascente stormwater flows between a homeowner's private driveway and their barn. Next slide, please. This enlargement shows the flow path between the private extension of Goldenrod and Shauna Lane. The overflow path receives stormwater when the primary paths reach capacity. All the flow paths and red lines are on private property. There are no drainage easements on private property. The green paths are on county right-of-ways. Next slide. This image depicts the flow path on a private driveway, the extension of Goldenrod. Next slide. This image of a flooded yard on Shauna Lane. The homeowner's leach field is located in the upper right-hand side of this photograph. Next slide. This image shows one of the overflow paths across private property on Shauna Lane. The image was taken near peak discharge from 100-year occurrence interval storm. Next slide. This is one of the few flow paths on County Road right away. Note the water in the ditch is flowing at the capacity of the culvert, which directs water under the driveway, then across Shauna Lane. Discharge is less than 2 cubic feet per second. Next slide. This is an overflow path on Shauna Lane. Water flows along this overflow path when discharge exceeds 2 cubic feet per second. Next slide. This picture shows the primary flow path down Millie Lane, then through private property. The overflow path, shown in red, goes through several homeowners' backyards when discharge exceeds 2 cubic feet per second. Next slide. This picture shows the H-flume used to measure Ascente stormwater discharge. Slide 17. This picture shows stormwater discharge from the primary and secondary flow channel. This picture was taken during the 100-year recurrence interview storm. This is a picture of a detention basin on a private property near Millie Lane. The deepest part of this detention basin is approximately 6 feet deep. This ends my presentation. I own the property that has the trot pond on it, and it's now full of sediment. There's a sediment pond that's behind it to the north that is full of sediment coming down from Ascente's property. Please, not in my backyard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Conboy, followed by Trudy Allen.
Would you state your name and address, please?
My name is Robert Conboy. I live at 5265 Cross Creek Lane. My property abuts the Ascente property. This picture shows where Asante's stormwater is dumped into Galena Creek. Note the trout pond that got filled with silt this past winter. Also shown is Asante's South Detention Basin and its flow path to Galena Creek. It also flows across private property adjacent to Galena Creek. Asante is negotiating with the property owner for an easement across their property. Slide 20. This picture shows Asante's stormwater flow path across private property adjacent to Cross Creek Lane. Next slide. This is a before picture of the trout pond. Slide 22. This picture shows the trout pond during the 100-year event. Note the ice floating on the silt-laden water and overflow to Galena Creek on the right side of the slide. Conclusion. Stormwater runoff from Asante's property south of Fawn Lane was created by illegal grading. This work was conducted by previous owners of Asante property. There was no stormwater drain system in place prior to stormwater runoff created by illegal grading. Asante stormwater flows across private property. This patchwork drainage network cannot handle increased runoff from Asante's project as property damage has occurred in the past. Asante should work with willing property owners in Washoe County to improve the stormwater drainage network impacted by the runoff on Asante's property. This should become a condition for approval. Next one. On a separate note, property owners that back up to Asante's property, including mine, have been using the county easement road for many years to access the back of their properties. This slide shows the location of 4 gates on properties that use easements. We would like to maintain that access. We personally have been using this for 10 years. Others have been using it for many more. The CAB has denied this project twice. I ask that the planning commissioners and the county commissioners listen to the CAB and take care of the property owners and their concerns demonstrated by this presentation and worry about future residents after all these concerns are met. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trudy Allen, followed by Sue Gullis.
Yes, please state your name and address.
My name is Trudy Allen. I live at 5250 Shauna Lane. A developer is required to include a conceptual drainage report in a proposal for new development. In general terms, a developer looks at runoff from a property pre-development. They then design their stormwater system to maintain the pre-development discharge with roads and other impermeable surfaces. This is accomplished with detention basins and low-impact design. Pre- and post-development discharge is estimated using a rainfall runoff model, usually HEC, HMS, that was developed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. More estimated pre-development stormwater discharge allows the developer to discharge more stormwater from their subdivisions. By law, a developer cannot increase runoff from their project area after their subdivision is complete. This is Asante's first attempt at predicting runoff from the project site. Note their projected runoff from the storm with a 5-year recurrence interval was 21.3 cubic feet per second, which is about 4 times the median flow of Galena Creek, excluding peak runoffs. The graph shows rainfall from the first 5-year recurrence interval storm we experienced this winter, where in 24 hours we received 2.47 inches of rainfall. The photograph at the bottom shows the runoff from the area where the Asante Sierra Village is proposed. The upper green square on the rainfall graph indicates the time the picture was taken. Although this flow was not measured, clearly it is much less than 21.3 cubic feet per second, estimated by Asante's model. It is more on the order of 2 cubic feet per second. This information was presented to engineers at Washoe County. They then passed this information to Ascendi. As a result, Ascendi changed their model parameters, which resulted in lower estimated discharge. In early January, we had a couple of big storms. On January 4th, we had what qualifies as a 5-year recurrence interval storm. Then on January 8th, we had what qualifies as a 100-year recurrence interval storm. These type storms are statistical definitions. To calibrate their model, Ascendi identified a channel post-storm where storm leaves their property with channel size, slope, and fitting parameters they estimated, discharge from the 100-year storm. They then fitted the CN values, which is a parameter that relates runoff and rainfall, to the estimated discharge.
Thank you.
Sue Gullis, followed by David Sater.
Please state your name and address.
5245 Shauna Lane. I'm right next to the proposed development. Slide 7, the takeaway of this modeling exercise is they now estimate the outflow from the area of the proposed Sierra Village for the 5-year reoccurrence rate interval storm to be 4.9 cubic feet per second, down from the 21.3 cubic feet per second from their first modeling exercise. Slide 8, please. This is the H-flume that was installed to measure stormwater discharge from Ascente's property after the October 5th 5-year storm. A Campbell scientific data logger and pressure transducer were utilized to collect continuous stage data that were used to calculate discharge. This is far more accurate than using the Manning equation that Ascente used to calibrate their model. Slide 9. This is a rainfall graph of the January 4th 5-year reoccurrence interval storm. You'll see the red and the blue lines intersecting there. Slide 10, please. This is the discharge measured from the 5-year reoccurrence interval storm on January the 4th. The measurement was made near Millie Lane, where all the flow from Ascente's outflow channel 1 is channeled. Slide 11, please. The plot combines rainfall and runoff. Note the lag in the discharge from the runoff due to the travel time. Slide 12, please. Presented is the estimated outflow at outlet 1 from Ascente's HEC HMS model and the measured discharge. The measured discharge combines all of the discharge from outlet 1 and intercepted flow along the flow path, which is not much. Included are the last 3 years of the Truckee River mean annual discharge for comparison. The photograph was taken of stormwater leaving Ascente property near peak runoff from the January 8th 100-year event. Clearly, this is not 125 cubic feet per second.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Hello, my name is David Sater, and I live at 15600 Cherrywood. This slide shows that during the 100-year event in January, a culvert on Shauna Lane clogged with sediment from the Ascente property. Some of the storm water was diverted from that culvert onto Shauna Lane, then through the backyards of residents. This is also the overflow path when discharge exceeds the culvert's capacity, which is approximately 2 cubic feet per second. The culvert was finally cleaned on May 5th, by the way. Thank you. Slide 14. Ascente needs to calibrate their model again using the accurately measured 1.3 cubic feet per second for a 5-year recurrence interval storm. This is the maximum discharge they can let leave their property for a 5-year storm. Slide 15. So Washoe County strongly suggested that Ascente utilize low-impact design to reduce stormwater runoff. So Ascente included in their conceptual drainage report under low-impact development, and I'll quote, "Groundwater recharge area shall be incorporated into the site planning and enhanced whenever possible. Low-impact development standards shall be incorporated to enhance groundwater recharge and manage stormwater runoff." This is a great idea. Groundwater recharge is very important in our area, and declining water levels have been occurring for many years. However, Ascente is putting homes and roads on all the flat areas of the project site. There will be no place to put the stormwater runoff to enhance groundwater recharge. In fact, the areas that now contribute to groundwater recharge will be replaced with impermeable surfaces. So, in conclusion, Ascente needs to describe in detail what their low-impact development elements are and how they will be implemented. Ascente needs to describe in detail how they will incorporate and enhance much-needed groundwater recharge elements into their project. Ascente needs to recalibrate their model using the measured discharge of 1.3 cubic feet per second at the outlet 1 for the 5-year storm. Ascente needs to keep their stormwater discharge at Cedarwood Drive to 1.3 cubic feet per second for a 5-year interval storm. And finally, the county needs to impose a cash bond on Ascente in the event their stormwater runoff floods the existing neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Todd Mihevik, followed by Julie Moran.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Todd Mihevik. I live at 15640 Cherrywood. I'm a retired hydrologist. I'd like to briefly point out a few points about Ascente's drainage report. First of all, for the record, the retention basin at the estates did not overflow this winter at all. We had a minimum of 3-year, 5-year recurrence interval storms, and we had a 100-year recurrence interval storm. After the 100-year storm, I went to the basin, and it was fairly full, but it did not overflow. Next. When I first saw the Ascente estimated runoff for the natural condition, I could not believe their high estimates compared to the estimates with measured discharge from the Truckee River and Galena Creek. Was there a reality check with Ascente's estimated discharge, or was it simply a matter of plugging in some values in the model and turning a crank? After the October 5-year event, Ascente tweaked their models, which resulted in significantly lower discharge estimates. In January, we had another 5-year event where I was able to actually measure the discharge from Ascente's property. The peak discharge for the event was 1.4 cubic feet per second. We went from a model discharge of 21 cubic feet per second to a measured discharge of 1.4 cubic feet per second. Next slide. During the night of January 8th, at the beginning of the 100-year event, a culvert on Shauna Lane clogged with sediment. This sent stormwater into the flow path through the backyards of residents on Millie Lane. Because of that, I was not able to measure stormwater discharge for the rest of the winter. Next. These photographs show stormwater runoff on Ascente property toward the end of the 100-year event, which was likely peak runoff for this location. Clearly, this is not 125 cubic feet per second. Next. These pictures show Shauna Lane were also taken in the late afternoon of January 8th. It shows stormwater from Ascente's proposed Sierra Village. Again, this does not appear to be 125 cubic feet per second. Next. This statement comes from the staff report for the Ascente project. The key point of the paragraph is, adverse effects of increased runoff are mitigated with oversized detention basins. Are these detention basins oversized? Are the size of these basins based on a model that overpredicts natural runoff? It is important to remember that runoff from a new development cannot exceed runoff from a natural condition. Next. Outlet 5 is a major drainage channel for the South Detention Basin. This drainage now flows into the private pond in Cross Creek. Shown above are the modeled estimates of natural stormwater discharge. Again, do these values look reasonable?
Thank you for your comments.
Julie Moran, followed by Marty Moran.
Please state your name and address.
Thank you. My name is Julie Moran. I live at 15615 Patty Lane. Patty Lane is a little tiny private road that it crosses with Shauna, where Shauna ends, and it's the easement that some of my neighbors use. Go ahead to the next slide. I'm going to talk about the violation that this project will do to the view shed in this area. So the Forest Area Plan Goal 2 is to preserve the community character commonly found within the forest planning area. Therefore, this plan will make extra effort to ensure that future development plans be conducted and implemented in a manner that supports. So if you look at that picture, that is what some of our neighbors, including myself, that's what we look out and we see as a view. You can see that that's close proximity to the construction site to where the homes are. View is the value of our properties. That is why we move there. That's what we go out to our outside yards and enjoy. Imagine an obvious road cut with terraced rockery walls crossing the middle of this picture, as well as high-density development. Who wants to look at that? Let me quote from the Forest Area Plan Goal 2, preserve the community character. There are no conceptual artist renderings of the road cut or terraced hillsides. We wonder why. The road cut in the view of high-density housing is not an enhancement. Next slide. So the Mount Rose Scenic Byway Corridor Management Plan is to preserve the and protect our scenic viewshed. At the end of the character statement in the Forest Area Plan, it clearly references the Mount Rose Highway Scenic Roadway Corridor Plan as part of the Washoe County Development Plan. The Mount Rose Byway Plan states mass grading, rock cuts, and stabilization of rock cuts from development and road construction can impact views. The first listed strategy to reach these goals is, as stated, to preserve views and scenic vistas, protect view sheds, manage development and grading to preserve mountain views, and avoid mass grading and large rock cuts visible from the highway. This cut will be visible from any place west of the property. That includes Mount Rose Scenic Highway, the scenic outlook at the top of Mount Rose, and every current homeowner's eastern viewshed. The road and some of the housing is in clear and undeniable conflict with the Mount Rose Scenic Corridor Byway Plan, which is clearly referenced in the Forest Area Plan as part of the Washoe County Management Plan. This road cannot be allowed as a condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Howdy, my name's Marty Moran. I live at 15615 Patty Lane. I'm going to talk about blasting. The county's response to our many concerns about blasting was basically there will be none. But until the ripability study is done, assumptions cannot be made about how much blasting will be needed. As Asante's own geological study states, andesite comprises the majority of all the base rock at the site, and that there is little topsoil. You cannot dig solid andesite. Our geologists, who have trenched the area themselves, are confident that the sheer amount of large andesite boulders will force extensive blasting. Slide 5. We also have precedent. During the preparation process for the pad for this water tank, Washoe County was forced to blast. Note the size and the amount of the rock that was produced for the single pad. So as far as we are concerned, the issues raised by the blasting remain unanswered. And once again, going back to the county says there will be none, no blasting, and they actually had to blast for a water tank. They know there's going to have to be blasting. The new proposal, and this is going to be, we're going to adjust this here because the county was 610,000 yards, not 600 like we have, so it's even more. The new proposal plans on 610,000 yards of material that developers plan to use as engineered fill. This is important to note as there will be no material removal. Our geologists estimate that up to 50% of it could be large angular andesite boulders created from blasting. This is a large rock, could not be used for the fill. If we're right, is there enough space in the designated storage spots for the excessive amount of unusable material? And we are not just supposed to, and are we just supposed to live with these piles of unusable rock in the view shed? We also question how the developer plans to build their engineered fill when they will not be able to use the large rock and they will not be bringing in any new material. Currently, there is not enough of a backup plan if they are wrong about blasting. Blasting would be done, and that's slide 7, blasting would be done within less than 300 yards and as close as 200 feet from homes. Now I'm going to go back to that Asante's little presentation, their little cute little video of a blast there going with a, that was nice. You can tell from the camera and how much it was shaking. They're at least 1,000 feet away, and you can see the shock wave coming. And then what they did is they also cut away before you saw any fly rock that came from those boreholes. So, and we're going to be within 200 feet of the blast. So the homes will be within 200 feet, large blast, fracture andesite rock, depth of 6 to 8 feet. And there's going to be some protocols on this blasting, and this is what we'd like to see. Prior to the first blast, there must be a complete structural inspection of all buildings and half-mile potential blast sites. They must test all private and public wells, both for flow and quality. That is more than 100 wells in a 1-mile blast area. These same structures and wells must then be re-inspected post-blasting period to determine the extent and any damages. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Davis, followed by Janice Foltz.
Would you please state your name and address?
Nancy Davis, 16238 Mount Rose Highway. What were the building standards 45 years ago? Some of these homes are that old. Shock waves that exceed the building codes that determine what these homes were built to withstand can and will cause damage. This is a photo of a blast that employs blasting pads. They are used to help suppress and control the fly rock. It's difficult to contain all the fly rock, and that's why there's an evacuation area for all the workers. It's possible that some of our homes will be hit by some of the fly rock, and it's not realistic to move livestock for every blast day for 2+ years. What do we do with our pets and the horses on the blast days? Simple fireworks can get animals running through fencing. Where do homeowners turn when the ground shakes or the fly rock harms our old homes or animals? The limited liability corporation? So you can see why the current residents are so worried about the potential blasting hazards. Remember, the forest area plan and the Washoe County Management Plan state to do no harm to neighbors or their property. We feel like the county is not required enough to prevent potential harm to wells, homes, livestock, and pets. Depending on the amount of blasting, an undue burden could be placed on residents for travel restrictions. Ascente may have the right to do what they want with their property, but they do not have the right to endanger us or our property, as pointed out by the various management plans. We believe chemical rock fracturing is the only safe alternative and should be a condition of approval. The next issue that we feel relates to the do no harm clause is noise pollution. It will be bad enough, but the rock formations that shape the Steamboat Hills makes for a great amplifier of all the sound that would be created on the Ascente property. This yellow circle is a 300-yard radius. If you slide it up and down the property, you will see that no matter where you blast or use loud, heavy machinery, there will be within 300 yards or less of many of the current residents for 2.5 years. That's a long time. The National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health did a study that showed construction machinery reaches hazardous noise levels as high as 125 decibels, which does result in hearing loss. This is why workers are, by law, made to wear hearing protection. Our families and animals will live with this for 2.5 years. This is a grave impact to our quality of life. What's the county standard for noise pollution, and who will enforce that standard? We require construction noise mitigation plan as a condition of approval to keep the do no harm clauses of the Washoe County Management and Forest Area plans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janice Foltz, followed by Leslie Lyles.
Please state your name and address.
Yes, I'm Janice Foltz. I live at 15580 Cherrywood Drive. And we estimate that Ascente will use 22 million gallons of water for construction and compaction. Based on local home averages, that 22 million gallons is about half the usage of our entire area in an entire year. Residents are already facing a 3% price increase for water this year and next year because the price of producing water is going up. Our area is already going through such high demand that Tumwa is pumping in Truckee River water at great cost to recharge our aquifers. If Tumwa is concerned enough about our water table to go to great lengths to pump in water, we must ask where Ascente is going to get their construction water from. Will they draw from the culinary water supply that we are paying to have pumped in? That would be a 50% increase of demand on an already taxed water supply. Or will they import all 22 million gallons from outside the area? That would equate to 2,933 truck trips with your average heavy water truck. Based on an average 5-day work week over 2.5 years, that's a minimum of 5 trips a day on our small and fragile infrastructure. It will destroy our roads. Think about pumping nearly 1 million gallons of treated water every month from the Truckee River, or hauling that same million a month in heavy trucks up and down our rural roads just for this site. There's nothing in this proposal that addresses any of these potential issues. The owners of the Ascente property are trying to develop on the back of a fragile infrastructure in the Callahan-Fawn Lane area, and the county should require these developers to pay for the infrastructure that would best support the weight of their community. That includes a construction entrance road out the top of the property to link up with the Mount Rose Highway at Thomas Creek. This entrance would then survive as the final entrance for both of Ascente's construction phases, and would be the primary entrance to Phase 2. Without this entrance, water for this project, as well as other construction traffic, becomes an issue for both the residents and Ascente. The current resident should not be forced to support the cost of construction. Ascente does not include grading or building pads for Whitney's subdivision on the current plan, and are expected to get a special use permit for exceeding grading thresholds. This incomplete plan must be dealt with as a condition of approval. Conclusions. Road cut in clear violation of Mount Rose Scenic Byway. Does not address any potential blasting problems. No plan for construction haul roads. No plan for noise containment. No plan for construction water. Proposed road cuts that clearly violate the forest area plan regarding viewshed impact. No grading or building pad plans for Whitney. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Hello, I'm Leslie Lyles. I live at 5225 Shauna Lane, and I share an east property boundary with Ascente. The residents of our neighborhood bought or built our homes here because we were drawn to the character of the forest area. There were no villages or subdivisions. There was room to roam, as everyone seemed to have their own space surrounding their homesteads. The lack of traffic fosters the ability to walk in the neighborhood and get to know our neighbors. When we return home from a busy day, it does not take long to hear and feel the quiet. In the evening, we may hear the call of a nighthawk, the bray of a donkey, or a coyote's bark. The dark skies offer time to reflect on our fortune of living here. We want to retain this quality of life. The Forest Area Plan supports this desire through its vision and character statement that outlines the management of growth while maintaining, preserving, and facilitating the planning area's desired character. Over the years, we have invested a lot of time and energy in the process of maintaining our neighborhood's rural character. Our residents have embraced the ability to have chickens, horses, goats, and all the advantages that our large lot size and zoning provides. The Ascente Group is presenting a development plan that will drastically change this. Their plan relies on the use of our existing infrastructure, including the addition of 2,000+ car trips per day on our quiet, narrow roads. Shauna Lane currently sees about 40 cars per day, and that's probably a high estimate. During construction, truck traffic will bring continual noise and damage our roads. We are not willing to accept this profound impact. The Forest Area Plan, F217, states, the intent of the Matera Ridge Mixed-Use Overlay District, or Overlay District, is to ensure that development will be sited to blend with the surrounding developed and open space lands located south of the Mount Rose Highway. Development will be compatible with and enhance the scenic quality of the Mount Rose corridor. Development will contribute to the community character, promote neighborhood, and create a sense of place founded in the quality of life. We believe as a community that high-density subdivisions do not enhance the scenic quality of the Mount Rose corridor and are not compatible, nor do they contribute to the community character. Our homes are our single largest investment. We all know 3 things about real estate: location, location, location. Viewshed is part of the equation to location. Again, I will refer to the Forest Area Plan F218, which states that the Overlay District Development Criteria C, the development shall incorporate a viewshed plan that will direct the location and intensity of development within the overlay district. Infrastructure that impacts the viewshed of the adjacent properties shall be designed such that negative impacts of the viewshed are mitigated. If our new neighbors can see out, then we can see them. Does this plan fully mitigate the issues that negatively impact the established homesteads? Does this plan follow the rules of the overlay district? Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Yes, Mary Cook, 5320 Cedarwood Drive. The county maintains that they have addressed buffering as pointed out in the forest area plan using 20 foot to 40 foot buffers. However, we have no buffers during the 2.5 years of heavy construction that will impact our quality of life. We request that landscaping in this buffered area be implemented before heavy construction to mitigate noise. We also make the recommendation that walking and equestrian trails could be part of this buffering area with little to no cost to the developer. The forest area plan is not the only development management plan in our area that the developer is in violation of. The Mount Rose Scenic Byway is a management plan meant to protect the beauty of the Mount Rose fan area. The plan's stated vision is to provide all byway users a safe and scenic experience that highlights, manages, and preserves the corridor's natural, cultural, and recreational qualities and resources. It goes on to state that growth pressure from Reno has been felt with new residential and commercial developments that can affect the area's visual quality. Mass grading, rock cuts, and the stabilization of rock cuts from development and road construction can impact views. Among the stated goals and objectives to protect against these impacts as stated include enhance the corridor's environmental assets, protect cultural resources and views from growth and development. The first listed strategy to reach these goals is as stated: preserve views and scenic vistas, protect view sheds, manage development and grading to preserve mountain views, and avoid mass grading and large rock cuts visible from the highway. The Ascente development proposes not only high-density development, but mass grading and a large road cut across the face of Steamboat Hills. If there is any confusion as to if Steamboat Hills are specifically protected under this plan, it goes on to draw attention to them by name as a defined viewpoint. Defining visual elements along the Mount Rose Scenic Byway includes Lake Tahoe and the surrounding Sierra Nevada mountains, forests, and Steamboat Hills. As visitors reach the end of the scenic corridor, the Steamboat Hills to the south offer beautiful rolling hills that are rich in geothermal activity and host unique plant life like the steamboat buckwheat. This area is rural in nature in character with some residential development in Galena High School. This proposal is clearly in violation of the rules that govern development in our area, from the Forest Area Plan to the Mount Rose Scenic Byway Plan. What is the point of seeking community input and spending taxpayer dollars to put together clearly laid out guidelines if they aren't to be followed? Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
I'm Amanda Safford, and I live at 15360 Cherrywood Drive. For many years, our residents have enjoyed the 600-plus acres of open space that Ascente now plans to develop. Not a day goes by that we don't appreciate access to such a beautiful area. The developer has proposed trails on site, but has not discussed trailhead parking. The forest area plan requires that there be parking at each trailhead. It goes on to state that they are required to provide a 7-acre public park per 1,000 residents. There is no park proposed. The 640, as you pointed out, total homes that there will easily exceed that 1,000 resident threshold. The County Parks and Recreation Department also require an additional trail connecting the O'Brien Trailhead to Callahan Park Trail system that is not currently in the proposal. This is pointed out in Exhibit D by the Parks Department. This trail must accommodate equestrian traffic as well as pedestrian. Next slide. The Ascente proposal will make seismic shaking a potential for major damage. Catastrophic emergencies rarely happen because of just one event, but rather because of a series of events. Locating homes close to faults with so few exits and poor connectivity will create chaos when an evacuation becomes necessary and put lives at risk. In addition, we are very concerned about potential flooding. Although Ascente has the right to develop this property, they do not have the right to cause additional runoff. They do not have the right to impact their down drainage neighbors adversely. We feel their plan for containment is a danger to our rights and our safety. Although it's been determined that the neighborhood roads will handle the increase in traffic, this increase is unacceptable and frankly unsafe. Ascente's map and special use permit application states on page 21D, issuance of the permit will not be significantly detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, injurious to the property or improvements of adjacent properties, or detrimental to the character of the surrounding area. Yet, there are no sidewalks or paths except on Fawn Lane, no covered ditches, no street lighting, no bus pullouts, and our streets are narrow. You've seen them. We will be asked to drastically change how we go about our lives due to the excessive increase in traffic. While the plan includes pedestrian and equestrian paths on Fawn Lane, it doesn't include anything for pedestrian or equestrian safety on Tannerwood, Cherrywood, Goldenrod, or Shauna, all of which will bear the brunt of hundreds or even thousands more daily trips. The additional traffic places each and every one of us at great risk for harm. Our children ride their bikes on these streets every day. In fact, trucks from one of Ascente's contractors have nearly hit my children while riding bikes 2 times while going too fast on Cherrywood Drive, and this is just the beginning. Ascente does not have the right to place this burden on our infrastructure and the lives of our residents and our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Lake, followed by Martha Campbell.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Jim Lake, 15866 Fawn Lane. I'm here to speak about fire. Fire and its potential danger is one of our biggest concerns. We live with the risk of fire every day, and we all have fire plans. The Callahan-Fawn area has received 2 evacuation orders since January of 2012, and at least 3 times within the last 10 years, fire has been close enough to the neighborhood to measure the height of the flames. Fire danger is ever present, and it is not a case of if, it is a case of when. The county claims that this project somehow improves emergency evacuation options by providing additional paved emergency routes that currently do not exist. What roads are these exactly? All traffic must still filter down to the 2 existing roads that lead to the safety of the Mount Rose Highway. By adding an additional 225 homes to our evacuation congestion, on top of the 210 from the Terra Sante development, which has not been mentioned here, that development will also be adding to the congestion on the existing roadways. You will have over 800 homes trying to leave at the same time, many hauling livestock, all trying to exit a high fire danger area through only 2 roadways. What happens when one of these roadways is blocked by fire or an accident? And these are the same 2 roads that all incoming firefighting equipment would need to use to access this area to fight a fire. Think about this. During the recent Little Valley fire, residents have evacuated faced more than 1 hour wait time to reach the safety of 395 South. During red flag high wind days, fires can move as fast as 3 miles per hour. The proposed homes are located at the very end of this evacuation route. You are putting all of these people at great risk. Historically, fires move out of the southwest where Ascente has no fire buffers and no access for fire engines, and there is no firefighting access to much of the wildlands that are within this property. Ascente wants to add 225 homes on top of the 210 from the Terra Sante without changing the number of exits. You are putting lives in danger and you will be held responsible. There is an answer, and we've spoken of that, the Thomas Creek entrance. That certainly should be included as a condition of approval. The lack of adequate fire safety alone, as this proposal stands, should be sufficient reason for the rejection of this proposal. In conclusion, we are concerned about the issues that are not being addressed in this plan. Ascente has not volunteered to improve the infrastructure that they plan to use. Their right to build ends when it risks our safety, our home values, and the character of our community. And in our case, the character of our community is something protected by the forest area plan, which we have discussed. They are not limiting the impact to our viewshed. They are not keeping to the rural character. And more importantly, with unmitigated increase in traffic and the lack of fire preparation, they have not sufficiently planned for our safety or the safety of their own future residents. For these reasons alone, this proposal cannot pass.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Barnes, I apologize one more time. We had one more flop. It's supposed to be Ruth Hagan next and then Martha Campbell. Can we permit that? Thank you, I apologize. That'll be the
Okay.
last time
Yep.
there's a mix-up, I guarantee.
That's okay, go ahead. Please state your name and address.
My name is Ruth Hagan. I live at 6050 Mountain Shadow Lane, and I will share with the commission some omissions in the developer's tentative plan and request changes in the design requirements as conditions of approval. If you could give me slide 1, please. Okay, this yellow line, we've talked about Thomas Creek Road. That's the yellow line that's access to the development from Thomas Creek. And the history, Hugh Hempel was the previous developer for the property, and he got special zoning to come in that way. And we think his material was approved with that access in mind. None of that has disappeared. All of those concerns for fire safety, for increased traffic on Fawn Lane, all of those things are still there. It was, I really appreciated the Ascenti rep acknowledging that the board approved the Thomas Creek access, but then she totally dismissed it, saying that they wouldn't build any more homes after the 225 without Thomas Creek access. And I guess my concern is why the wait? Phase 1 does not indicate that it still indicates that we have the need for the fire exits. Yeah, I need the NDOT. Here we go. This is the second one, and I think dismissing a major government body that has recommendations is probably not a good thing. The Nevada Department of Transportation made the same recommendation in October. First, they specifically requested for Phase 1 of the development to use the intersection at Thomas Creek rather than the current proposed road system. Their second recommendation was that the traffic report be amended to include the full build-out and mitigation strategies for each phase. Finally, they pointed out the bus parking on Mount Rose will need to be moved to make room for the proposed acceleration lane. These recommendations are not addressed in Ascenti's tentative plan, but absolutely should be conditions of approval. The Thomas Creek intersection should logically be the main access, as specified by the county and NDOT. These are the two major governmental bodies who have the highest responsibility for this decision, and they've already spoken. Therefore, we ask the Planning Commission make this road a condition for approval of the Phase 1 build-out plan, or at the very least, be included in a build-out plan for Phase 2 before Ascenti begins anything. One other point, oh darn, I wanted to get that $1 million in there.
Thank you.
We don't want the taxpayers to pay that.
Please state your name and address.
Yes, Martha Campbell, 14985 La Brianna Avenue. Cindy's most recent traffic study assumes, without basis, that only 25% of the homes in the development will use Shauna Lane as its primary access. However, traffic is right at a tipping point. If just 4 additional homes, then is projected, were to use Shauna Lane, Ascenti's conclusion that no mitigations are required no longer holds water. This is entirely reasonable. 4 additional homes. This scenario, using Ascenti's own math, would push Cherrywood into a new classification of collector road status. Your staff's report does not inform you how close to the threshold that Cherry Road is to being tipped to collector road status. Additionally, it matters where Traffic Works places their counters. Next slide, please.
They placed their counters in locations that misrepresented the actual traffic and was advantageous for the developer. The study makes no mention of where they installed the traffic counters, but we know because we drove over them. Here's why it matters. The number of trips measured on Cherrywood was only 168. However, the location of that counter cut out about 60 current homes that use Cherrywood. You can see this discrepancy in the table that I copied from their study, that Tannerwood has 514 trips, although Tannerwood has only 11 homes east of Callahan. Obviously, those numbers don't make sense. They don't add up. The excess trips on Tannerwood are coming from Cherrywood. The study deliberately lowballed the numbers on Cherrywood because these extra trips would push Cherrywood into collector road status with much more required of the developer, so we really question the validity of their traffic study. Look at Cherrywood Drive. This is not a collector road. Road improvements are necessary for public safety and should be required as conditions of approval. Shauna Lane is no different. Next slide. Terrasante is now proceeding to build the 210 homes with all traffic exiting on Callahan Road. That is 2,000 more daily trips that are already approved and not addressed in Ascente's study. Commission staff point out that Ascente does not have to take into account these other developments. As such, Ascente is taking away the Commission's responsibility to assure that the county road system can handle cumulative impacts. Ascente's traffic, on top of this already approved new traffic, will drive traffic on Callahan Road to 95% to at capacity. And finally, the intersection at Mount Rose Highway, Callahan Road. The traffic report states, and Commission staff confirm, this intersection is already at capacity. That is POSE. With the development, it will be over capacity at PM peak hours. A stoplight's needed.
Thank you.
Janet Radin, followed by Steve August.
Please state your name and address.
Thank you. Janet Radin is my name. I live at 5405 Tannerwood Drive. One final point on traffic. Ascente has proposed to provide a bus stop at the corner of Millie and Shauna Lanes. We must ask if the Washoe School District asked for this location or was even consulted. Let us point out that the area proposed is currently an active construction site. The location of 3 Tomwell wells where the county stores heavy equipment and Tomwell routinely does maintenance work on the water recharging process. There are very few days that heavy equipment is not moving in this area. Do we really want our children in a construction area? Our traffic conclusions are the following. Ascente's whole analysis is based on models, and we all know that models are no better than the data and assumptions that go into them. A slight change in Ascente's modeling assumptions result in much more than the minor traffic impacts claimed in the report. Ascente should plan for the true impact they will bring to our infrastructure and pay for road upgrades and mitigations. We ask the Planning Commission and the commissioners to hold the Ascente group to its long-term vision, a new access road to Mount Rose Highway, and a traffic plan for Phase 2. They should both be required as part of the Phase 1 plan. The only factual traffic study happens after build-out. A cash bond will give resources to the county to fund future road mitigations. Now about zoning. The county has allowed the developer a tentative map variance for parcels smaller than MDS and LDS zoning. Presumably, this is to allow the developers to meet the return on investment goals of 225 homes for the 225 acres. Looking forward to the final map approval, we ask that for a development that causes so many problems with traffic, safety, fire evacuation, that will also potentially require more changes as comprehensive geotechnical studies are done, and furthermore, that conflicts with the forest area plan in terms of community character, how could a variance for smaller lot sizes in a rural area be considered to be an appropriate use of the land? We ask that this variance be denied as a condition of the tentative plan approval. A large number of lots that do not meet county standards are shown in this slide. As an example, this is for the subdivision of Sierra Village. Our conclusions for zoning is that just because the area is zoned for a maximum of 225 homes,
Other factors may dictate that fewer homes are more appropriate. The current plan for lot placement, size, and frontage is not acceptable and must be changed in order to be compliant with the MDS and LDS zoning standards as per county codes. The variance should be denied. Zoning codes exist for a reason. We are asking the county and the developer to live by the rules. Thank you for listening to our concerns. They keep us up at night.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
I'm Steve Walgast. I reside at 5220 Cedarwood Drive. Tonight, I think we've made a compelling case that there are manifold problems with this proposal. It's woefully inadequate in its current form. It presents a danger to the residents, it presents a risk to the environment, and it violates local building rules and regulations. Beyond that, it really represents an assault on the neighborhood in its current nature. Should the plan move forward, we must request that at least the commission hold the developer responsible for any potential issues with a bond. Residents anticipate more issues will arise at the contentious Ascente project than the LLC will be willing to repair financially. That skepticism is based on the simple fact that to date, they have not offered to upgrade any of the current infrastructure they plan on using. Limited offers to build walkways, no offers to build parks, limited offers to improve roadways, limited offers to improve fire hazards, and the list goes on. The best way to protect the current residents and the county from large infrastructure failures is to make sure that Ascente and its 5 LLCs are made to be good neighbors. Next slide. Municipal bonding comes in two forms, an insurance bond and a more widely used cash bond. Almost all municipalities in most states require a bond for any construction project. An insurance bond is where the municipality asks the contractor to provide an insurance company that will post a bond on behalf of the contractor for the amount of potential damages the municipality feels it could incur due to poor performance by the contractor. The reason this type of bond is no longer used widely is that it takes a lot of lawyers to get the money from an insurance company. With the more popular cash bond, the contractor borrows a substantial sum from a bank with the agreement that the money remains at the bank until the end of the bond. The contractor assigns the municipality the right to access the bond money if they, the contractor, fail to perform the listed duties correctly. The amount borrowed usually is equal to half the total estimated cost of the project, and the contractor usually pays about 1% per year to the bank for providing the money. The bank keeps all the money until the end of the bonding period, at which time the bond is dissolved and all the parties are happy. If the municipality finds the need to access the money, there is a lot less time and attorney effort to provide mitigation. This provides certainty for the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
For the record, Chuck Price, 5595 Goldenrod Drive, Reno. What happens when an LLC fails? What's the lifespan of an LLC? Washoe County and all of its taxpayers stand to lose a lot if any one of the 5 separate LLCs, which are covered by the Ascente proposal, fail to meet their financial obligations. Municipalities throughout the West have chosen to protect themselves with cash bonds rather than through traditional county codes like Washoe County has in Article 610. To that end, we, the taxpayers, are asking the Washoe County Planning Board to require a cash bond to prevent damages that may occur during the construction phase of this project and its site preparation. Additionally, the county should then hold a portion of that bond for at least 3 years after the final build-out phase to ensure all commitments are met. Yes, we realize this is an added expense to the developer, but if they cannot afford the bond, how can they possibly afford to correct any of their mistakes? Next slide, please. Abandonment of the project is very possible due to the geological issues that this project will face. That abandonment would leave a huge scar on the face of the Steamboat Hills, with taxpayers left to clean up. This is not news to the county, as they well learned when they required a small insurance bond of the now defunct Rainin and Bartis and Calamont project. That bond was too small, so small that the cost of the attorneys outweighed the potential cash payout. Do any of you remember the Rainin and Bartis abandonment? My neighbors and I do. Again, as we have pointed out, there are just too many issues that could go wrong with this project. So the county, in all good conscience, must ask for a bond. It's the very best way to keep the interest of Ascente in doing what is right before it goes wrong. Let me say that another way. Doing it right is cheaper than losing a bond, and that is what makes good neighbors. Next slide, please. A 3-year bond should be required to protect county taxpayers along with a post-build-out traffic study. Ascente's own traffic studies do not show a need for them to be responsible for changing any road classifications or infrastructure. To quote from their report, "There are no significant impacts to change road classifications," end quote. And because of that, they do not feel any responsibility to make significant changes to the infrastructure. But the taxpayers of Washoe County demand that a post-build-out traffic study be done to determine the need for such upgrades, and if there is evidence that there is a need, then the bond can be made to pay for the upgrades. That is why we're asking the length of the bond last 3 years beyond final build-out. Again, if the developer overwhelms the infrastructure with their new development, should the county taxpayers be made to pay for their shortcomings? We don't think so. Do you? Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Gretchen Quall. I live at 16257 Callahan Road. I'll be speaking about wells. Who fixes my well? There are some 100-plus private wells in the area of this project. Should there be a loss of water level, quality, or damage to any of these wells during the build-out, who fixes it? As mentioned earlier, there will be a lot of shaking, digging, blasting, heavy equipment, and water transfer during the life of the Ascente project. We can say there should be no effect to your well, but what if there is? Blasting is an art, not a science, and no one can guarantee that not a single well was harmed in the making of this project. Let me remind you of what happened when Montreux Golf Course said their wells would have no effect on the rest of the Callahan area. Later, the county had to admit to the damage and ended up offering free water hookups to the area, as so many people's wells went dry. The developer of Montreux was never held accountable. Additionally, each affected homeowner lost the real estate value of a home that does not now have a private well. Can the county really take that chance again? The bond should be there to protect the assets of these well owners. Remember that a loss of a well on Fawn Lane means an abandoned home, as there is no culinary water to hook up to. Slide 7. Could Ascente make the flooding worse? Wastewater and runoff is a big concern for the current residents, as mentioned earlier in this document. We are asking the county to have a stipulation in the Ascente bond lasting 3 years after build-out so the county can confirm Ascente's actions are adequate to manage these 5- and 100-year events. Noted concerns including flooding, excessive erosion, and upgrades to current drainage system could and should be addressed with the bond, not with the taxpayers' money. Again, we are asking that the cash bond be in place to ensure that the developer and his projects have not overwhelmed the fragile infrastructure of the Fawn Lane and Callahan Ranch communities. Slide 8. Homeowners should not be responsible for damages to their home or property from blasting and flooding. And yes, this is our favorite home again, but it is a reminder that many of the homes adjacent to the Ascente project are 40-plus years of age, built by individuals in many cases. They may have issues during the 2.5 years of construction. We should remember that Ascente's own geological report stated that they would need to do blasting of the solid rock that is prevalent to the project. This blasting could cause damage to the current homes, damage to local wells, damage to livestock, and possible damage to the fiber optic lines that run parallel to the property. Those that suffer damages will be hard-pressed to get one of the 5 LLCs to pay the bill. Right now, we are in the planning phase of this project, and you, the planning board, sitting in a position to say what is a good plan or not. We are asking you to include in that plan a cash bond that will protect both the residents and the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Russ Minetti, followed by Bruce Kirby.
Please state your name and address.
Hello, I'm Russell Manette. I'm 15341 Brushwood Way. Been there 23 years. Slide 9 is buffering. The forest area plan required substantial buffering. It's called out in the overlay district agreement and must be in place and maintained to separate the current residents from any new housing clusters. If this is not completed and in place and maintained for the 3-year period of the post build-out, then this cash bond can be used to correct these errors. Current residents should not have to depend on the promises. We realize that Ascente is trying to make landscaping of the buffer setbacks a responsibility of the HOA, but if allowed to do so, the needed landscaping will be 3+ years into the future after all the construction is completed. The Forest Plan F218E clearly states, primary structures shall be buffered from the adjacent residential areas outside the overlay district in a manner that preserves the suburban, rural character of the existing development. Slide 10 is trails. Trails, trailhead parking, parks, and their maintenance can be covered by the cash bond to ensure that homeowners and current residents are not left holding the bag. Slide 11 is my conclusion. Without a plan to cover potential losses or issues, we have not given the residents of Fawn Lane or Callahan Ranch a fair chance at keeping their community whole and happy. The Forest Plan F217H clearly states that the development will contribute to the community character, promote the neighborhood, and create a sense of place founded in the quality of life that comes with environmental and community responsibility. How can we have a sense of community responsibility if Ascente does not step up to the good neighbor policy of seeing their plan to its responsible fulfillment? It can be guaranteed with a cash bond that lasts to post build-out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce Kirby, followed by Ken Allen.
Please state your name and address.
Bruce Kirby, 4700 Ranchland Circle. I'll begin our summation. This property is bad dirt and creates some very difficult choices for both the county and the developer. There are too few good options, and to date, their plan does not meet the requirements of the Loop Transportation Plan, the Forest Area Plan, and the Mount Rose Scenic Byway Plan. Let's not forget the county spent a lot of time and energy constructing these plans to save the rural character of these neighborhoods. The traffic study is flawed and misleading to the locations of their traffic counters. Just one example, it excluded 60 homes along Cherrywood Drive. Don't be fooled by a biased traffic statistic. No matter where we live on the proposed exit routes, traffic will increase by 1,000 cars daily. That is a safety issue. They are placing 225 additional homes on some of the highest elevations in the region, to which we must pump water from the Truckee River 6 months of the year to keep the aquifer stable. Is this the best use of our resource, and at what cost to the county taxpayer? This plan is now proposed smothers the character of our rural neighborhood. A better plan is required to mitigate these effects. Current residents' view shed is at risk with proposed road cut and grading. Ascente cannot be allowed to negatively affect our home's values. There are real good reasons why the former owners could not or did not find a way to develop this acreage. That may be the reason they were so eager to sell it to the next developer. A complete and thorough fault study is already required. We request that geologists from the Nevada Bureau of Mines and Geology be allowed to participate in the fault study. Grading must be reduced more to lessen the impact of the view shed on the Steamboat Hills. A better plan is required. Require chemical rock fracturing instead of explosive blasting to preserve the character of our surrounding neighborhoods. Current residents that live on proposed exit routes with driveways which back directly into the street must be offered hammer turns for safe entry onto the roadway. Precedent for this has been set by the county. There is a road and safety issue with the import of construction water to the site. MDS and LDS minimum lot sizes must be enforced to keep the number of homes from exceeding safety thresholds for both current and future residents. A plan for a trailhead parking and a 7-acre park must be submitted for approval. Conditions for approval must require stormwater containment completely on project property with no runoff allowed. This is a flooding issue which will negatively impact every resident downgrade from the subdivision. Ascente will be responsible for the placing and maintenance of landscaping and trails and all buffering setbacks at the time each subdivision is completed, rather than waiting 3 to 4 years for the homeowners association to accomplish this. Covered ditches and walking bridle path must be placed on the entire length of Shauna Lane, Cherrywood, Tannerwood, and Goldenrod. Thank you.
Ken Allen, followed by Emily Reed.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Kenneth Allen. My address is 5250 Shauna Lane. I have some really good news for you. I'm last. And I'm part of the summation. And quite honestly, I don't think you need to hear me go over all of these points again, because that's what the summation's about. But I want to point out something, and we're going to click through these slides backwards and forwards a little bit here. The red is the area where you will see homes. The black is where the area is where you will see road cuts. There is no place where this is not visible. And you can see where the views are taken from. It's extreme. There's no question about it. When you put it on a Google Earth and stand back and see what it's going to look like, it's a shame. It does not meet any of those criteria from the three plans that overlay this area. Now, in those pictures you see humps, those are actually homes. But Google Earth doesn't do a good job of it. But it gives you a feel for it, doesn't it? I'm going to tell you that I have 1 minute and 50 seconds left, and I'm going to talk about the biggest problem we got, fire. It's ever present. Look at our neighborhood. That's a picture from our neighborhood. Our homes are surrounded by fuel. We all have acres or more. There's fuel everywhere. The whole hillside's fuel. The areas that they're going to leave as wild is full of fuel. The freeway is a half mile away. 580 is a half mile away. The prevailing winds in Reno, when they're 20, they're 40 at our place. When the fire comes, it will come so fast. And I can tell you that from personal experience, when you drive away from your house and you look back and say, well, maybe this is the last time I'll see it, it's shocking. And I've done it 4 times. This is a very fire-prone area. We have 2 exits, Callahan Ranch Road and Fawn Lane. You're asking to have us put an additional 225 homes behind us. That's 225 more fire sources. Their homes won't burn down because they're sprinklered, but they might fry trying to get out because it comes so fast, and it will be devastating to them. I can guarantee it, because it isn't a case of if, it's a case of when the next fire comes through there. There are burnt stubs everywhere there from prior fires. It's our greatest concern, and it should be yours. There are no new exits planned, period. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, dedicated emergencies.
Kathy, do we have any more public comment?
I have multiple additional cards. I have Emily Reed, followed by Joan Brick.
No, they don't, unless they want to speak, they would just access in case someone didn't show up.
Okay.
And then I do have additional cards following. We have Ken Taylor, followed by Kim Sigler.
Please state your name and address.
I'm Ken Taylor. I've lived on Fawn Lane at 15435 for 27 years. The application is consistent with the staff's interpretation of the character statement of the forest area plan. They told us that. Okay, but in many cases, this is really a judgment call. Let me just give you some examples. Forest area plan says there has to be an acceptable amount of grading. It doesn't say what is an acceptable amount. It's a judgment call. Forest area plan says you have to maintain the rural character of the area. It doesn't say how you do that. And it says you have to blend existing and new developments. Doesn't say how you do that. These are basically issues you can't put a number on. They're a matter of interpretation. And clearly the public behind me has a very different interpretation of how you interpret that character statement than the staff does. Let me give you some specific examples. The staff's interpretation is that it's okay to excavate enough material to fill a football field with 366 feet of fill. That's what they're planning on doing here in the application. We feel that basically that's a small quarry, and we don't feel that is consistent with that's not our interpretation of the forest area plan. Staff says it's okay for the applicant to dump stormwater in my neighbor's yard. You've seen the images. We disagree with that. Staff says 2,500 trips, vehicle trips on Fawn Lane is consistent with maintaining the rural character of the area. We don't get that. 2,500 trips on Fawn Lane is not consistent with maintaining the rural character. Staff says this won't affect the scenic views from the Mountain Rose Scenic Byway. You've just seen lots of images about how it will affect the scenic views from the Mountain Rose Highway. So these are really judgment calls. They're not issues you can put a number on. If there's an issue that you can put a number on, sure, listen to your staff. That's why you have the planners. Listen to it. But if it's a matter of a judgment call about how you interpret the values that are in the forest area plan, listen to the public. And in fact, the public here, we strongly represent that a few county employees have so much say in how the character statement of the forest area plan is interpreted. You know, you're going to listen to the public in how you interpret the character statement of the forest area plan, or you're going to listen to a couple county employees. I hope you're going to listen to the public. So consistency with the character statement is a requirement, and it's also a judgment call. So I hope you'll listen to us, the public who you claim to serve, as opposed to a couple county employees. And lastly, one thing that I really strongly request is that those of you who do vote for this development, I'm sure some of you will, go ahead and vote for it, of course. But if you do vote for it, I request, please, that each individual one of you who votes to approve this development, please explain the reasons you've decided to go against the overwhelming and fact-based views of this community. If you're not willing to look us in the eye and look everybody in this room in the eye and explain why you voted in favor of this development despite the strong public opposition to it, and why it's so inconsistent with the interpretation that we have of the forest area plan. If you can't justify that and look us in the eye and explain to us why you did that, then don't vote for it. And if you don't explain why you're going to ignore us, then you're being incredibly disrespectful to everybody else here. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
My name is Kim Sigler. I live at 15625 Fawn Lane. I've been there for 25 years. I'm here to represent the children. Fawn Lane doesn't have any parks. It doesn't have any ball fields. What the kids seem to have done over all these years is they ride. They start out riding in strollers. They start out bicycles and scooters, and pretty soon they move to their dirt bikes, their quads, and their horses. And I live in a unique spot on Fawn Lane. I live right in the middle where the road goes into the foothills to the east. And this is the kids' playground. And they come up and down Fawn Lane and go into those hills all day, all weekend, all summer. Now this sidewalks, hopefully if they get installed, would handle the strollers and some of the bicycles, but the kids are still going to be out there on their dirt bikes and their quads and their horses. I worked on an ambulance crew as a medic for many years, and kids getting hit by automobiles isn't hypothetical to me. I've seen it, I've held them, and it's one of the worst calls you get. And one of the things I noticed was that so many of the accidents, sometimes it was a kid, somebody always makes a mistake. Sometimes it was a kid in the car. Most of the time it was a kid. The kid would do something foolish or just a lack of concentration. And we understand that, though, about kids. And as parents and as adults, we have to protect them. We know that. And so you also have a duty here to protect them, because they're still going to do what kids are going to do. That's what we do. It's Fawn Lane. It's not Fawn Road or Fawn Highway. It's just a little country lane right now. And so we all have a duty to take care of these kids because they're going to continue to ride their bikes on this road. There's a couple of things I think I could assure us on, is that if this project, if you have a place like I'm describing, any of you live on some spot like this, you don't want this at the end of your street. I can guarantee you that. And another thing is that this entire project and everything going on is not going to be worth the livelihood or the well-being or the life of one child. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe McKinley, followed by Lynn Cisco.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Joan Brick, and I live at 15425 Cherrywood Drive. I wasn't going to speak today. I came as an alternate, but after hearing everybody speak, I just have to tell you what this area means to me. I have been here for 31 years. I'm a retired teacher. I've seen our people here grow and learn. I've raised children here. I've walked down Cherrywood Lane and I have felt a peace looking at the mountains that I have never felt anywhere else. And I've lived in many areas of this country. We've heard how codes have been ignored or violated. We've heard the emotional appeal of a lot of people, and that's what I'm giving you. This area means a lot to me. I would hate to see it jeopardized, and I can't actually put into words the peace that it's given me. When I look out my window, I have a clear view of the ski areas. The peace I have found here, I would hate to see jeopardized. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
My name is Lynn Chesko. I live at 5555 Goldenrod Drive. A lot of things have already been said, so I'm not going to repeat those, but I do want to bring some points that I came across. And this is regarding the Mount Rose Scenic Corridor Management Plan, and it speaks to our safety and traffic issues. They mention in the plan that there are icy and snowy conditions that exist during winter. The depth of snow and blowing snow can make it very challenging for drivers and NDOT snow removal crew. I'd like to say that as you go up the Mount Rose Highway, the elevation climbs, and once you pass Thomas Creek Road, after living there 30 years, even when the Mount Rose Highway was a 2-lane road, it becomes very treacherous at times because of the snow and blowing snow, snow removal, and with more traffic comes more safety concerns. It further impacts the rural roads in our local streets even worse because with heavy snow, we have snow berms that narrow the roads further, and some of the roads, they're only able to plow one way. Also, looking at the new development, and this has been mentioned to me, and I don't have any authority on it, but their cul-de-sacs have homes all the way around it, where in the Galena Estates, there's no homes at the end of the cul-de-sac where they can push the snow. So that should really be addressed by NDOT, where that is safe for the new people in that area, where they can handle the snow removal for those areas. I also like to point out that in the plan also, it talks about deceleration lanes. At Callahan, right now, there is a 2-car deceleration lane if you're coming down the Mount Rose Highway to exit Callahan. There's not any on Fawn Lane. There's not any on Edmonton, which is a busy area for the high school. It's been very concerned when my daughter attended high school. Going to high school, go down to the light, take the light, because there's a big exit lane. and then coming home. Instead of coming up and getting out on Edmonton and taking a left turn, I encouraged her to take a light, to go down to the light. But you know kids, they used Edmonton. It's quicker and easier, less traffic. And she admits to me today, being a senior in college, that, oh yes, I used Edmonton, and I felt a lot of pressure when there's a line of cars behind me taking a left. I really encourage in the area, in the corridor management plan, they talk about a collector road that can reduce the number of intersections and driveways surrounding the highway, especially between Wedge and Callahan Ranch Road. That's the highest traffic area, as the plan reported. So I really urge you, as you know, to plan to get, as a planning division, to go beyond this plan and assure that more globally things are being addressed with other developments in this area in addition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe McKinley, followed by Jeffrey Church. Yep, it is. It's ready. Thank you. There should be, yeah.
Please state your name and address.
Good evening again. For the record, my name is Joe McGinley. I'm a principal with McGinley & Associates, and I'm basically here tonight to give you an overview of the lead soil sampling program that our firm conducted on the Ascente project. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so as an overview, McGinley & Associates was contracted by Symbio to perform a screening level site assessment. I think it's important for this commission to note that when we evaluate potentially or perceived sites for impairment from contamination or whatnot, it's a very iterative process, and we start with a screening level site assessment, and that's what we did on this particular project. It's also important to know that Symbio elected to perform this sampling based on concerns from the surrounding community, and they were not required by the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, Washoe County Health Department, or EPA to conduct these activities. And at the time, there was no actual evidence of contamination. It was only speculation. The results of our assessment were reported in our October 3rd, 2016 report. They have been reviewed, as you heard tonight, by Mr. John Beach, and he has provided comments in December 30th, 2016, May 10th, 2017, the May 11th CAB meeting, and obviously tonight. Real brief background, on our company before I get into the results of the study. We are an environmental engineering and science firm that's founded here in Reno in 2001. We have offices in Reno and Las Vegas and currently employ about 25 people. Our personnel consists of engineers, geologists, hydrogeologists, environmental sciences. Our professional licenses include PEs, PGs, certified hydrogeologists, and many others. Most of our technical people are Nevada environmental certified managers. We're highly trusted and respected by countless clients. Personal qualifications are on the screen up there. I served as the project principal, and Mr. Dimple served as the project manager. Quick overview of the study. The purpose of the study, again, was to assess the presence of lead above conserved health-based risk screening levels. The results of the screening level assessment would indicate if a more rigorous study was required or warranted. Sampling design approach referenced by Mr. Beach is for sites with known contamination at regulatory significant levels. The proposed Ascente project does not have either. Real clear on this is that the EPA published screening level for lead in residential soils is 400 milligrams per kilogram, or parts per million. That is up today, and that's what the NDEP uses, and it's what we are using on other lead contaminated sites. The value of 80 milligrams per kilogram, referenced by Mr. Beach, cannot be located in any EPA or Nevada DEP documents. So real quick, we took 440 discrete samples. They were composited into 88 discrete samples. I think I'm answering your question, so if I could have a couple more minutes.
Well, you asked him a question?
I asked her a question. She said that they are the expert. Okay.
Well, this is public comment, so questions can come up later.
Well, I've
You're gonna
got
have
4
to-
seconds, right?
You're going to have to...
I have 4
Okay,
seconds?
you've got 4 seconds.
Okay, the highest hit we had was 18.4 milligrams per kilogram, which is less than 5% of
Okay.
the EPA screening level.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Kathy, who's next?
Jeffrey Church, followed by Ryan Monaghan.
Okay, would you state your name and address, please?
Jeffrey Church, I own property at 15520 Fawn Lane, and I run a website, mountroadsceniccorridor.com. I want to talk about 4 common sense areas. First of all, Fawn is a non-collector. Number 2, on page B13 of the Forest Area Plan, it does in fact memorialize the intended Thomas Creek access. Number 3, all developments are subject to state law, county code, NDOT requirements, national standards, etc. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. And number 4, I find it outrageous, as Mr. Lloyd said, that they can't wait for feedback from the Washoe County Health Department or the Nevada State Environmental Protection Agency, as well as NDOT. What's the rush? When did they ask them? Dealing with Fawn Lane, I believe it's not a collector. Potentially it's a collector. It has no center lane, it has no sidewalks. Now, to be clear, the path that's proposed is gravel and dirt. It is not paved. It is not bike or stroller friendly. Kids and people with strollers will continue to use the paved road. A fatality or injury accident is almost a certainty. More growth on Fawn is also predicted. Remember, these are not the only folks in town. You have what's called the Spittler property, the Olson property, and dozens of U.S. Forest Service plots that they desperately want to get rid of, 2 of which have been identified or deeded as possible future schools. Who enforces that bike path if the HOA doesn't step up to the plate? Probably nobody. Now, on B13 of your forest area plan, it does in fact memorialize the access from Thomas Creek. Look at it, it's right there. Failure to comply is almost certainly going to result in litigation, and you have a legal expert right here. You can ask his opinion on whether or not that's compliant with the forest area plan. And also, if it'll show it, there's a road that's not even mentioned. This document here, if it does show, is handed out. It's part of your packet already. It was handed out by Ascente. This is Ascente's own map. If you look close, and I'll put that on the record, it shows what's called County Road 49. You can just see it marked there in that little white upper right below the E on Ascente, County Road 49. That's another option. It's an existing county road shown on their map, shown on various maps where they don't have to come down Fawn Lane. And once again, I remind you, if they're not compliant with so much as one single requirement, then you must reject the project. Once again, I run mountroadsceniccorridor.com. I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ryan Monaghan, followed by Dan Graffin.
Do we have anyone else, Kathy?
Just those 2. Ryan Monaghan, Dan Graffin.
Okay, apparently they're not here. Oh, okay, okay. Would you please state your name and address?
Yeah, my name is Dan Graffam. I live at 16415 Callahan Ranch Road. And I'm going to keep it pretty quick. People touched on a lot of good things already. I want to thank Mr. Lloyd for pointing out Washoe County 1. Yes, that has passed, but that is for funding only for new schools, not for teachers to populate it. I have 3 daughters. One of them is at Hunsberger. I was there this evening for a performance. Just kindergarten. There's 4 classes, and I can tell you it was Thunderdome getting out of that parking lot at 6:30 this evening. The additional homes that are proposed for the Calamont area, this is Ascente, the homes down the road by Galena, that is only going to further increase the parents trying to get in and out of. Recently, we've had 2 bus accidents for school, one right on Arrow Creek for the Hunsberger kids and one on a school trip coming back. Increased traffic's not going to help with that. And then one other thing that I really want to kind of hammer on, I am a former professional engineer. I've been involved in a lot of projects here in town, Somerset, University Ridge, DeMonte Ranch, and I've had the good pleasure of telling these wonderful half-truths to people like yourselves to get them approved. One of my favorites is rock walls. Ascente has 10-foot rock walls. No one in their right mind puts in a 10-foot rock wall that's a mechanically stabilized earth wall. Using a wall that high that's not structurally sound in the seismic activity results in what you see in Somerset and DeMonte Ranch today. Anytime the ground moves, the walls fall down. Currently in Somerset, there's ground monitoring going on because the walls have fallen and the homes are sliding into the valley. Ascente is very similar to Somerset with our excessive slopes there. The wall falls down, what happens to those homes? They're going to come down to my lot. It also feeds into the community character. I've been blessed. I grew up on Cedarwood Lane. I bought my first home on Tannerwood. I'm building a home on Callahan Ranch Road. It's a very special place. I had the benefit of growing up there, low traffic. I'd like that my children have that same benefit as myself. And this proposed development does not meet with any of those expectations.
Thank you. Kathy, is there any additional public comment?
No further public comment.
Okay. Then let's go to commission questions. Now, Francine, did you have a question?
Well, I think he actually got enough to answer
Okay.
my,
Okay, all right.
at least from the lead point.
Okay, all right. Anyone else have any? Francine?
Well, there was a, it is, okay. I did have a question about the blasting and the noise, and I never got that answer.
Okay, who would you like to ask?
Whoever they have an expert on.
They were supposed to, they had an expert present.
Okay, is there an expert that could speak to the blasting? Please state your name and address.
My name is Kent Gash, excuse me, with Gash Geophysical Services out of Sacramento.
Okay, Francine, you want to ask your
Well,
question?
in the report here, it starts out where you're not planning any blasting right off, but if you did, you'd have to follow all the right codes.
Correct.
And we saw the picture where you showed the nice little blasting, and I had the question about vibrations and, of course, noise, which was not addressed when she first spoke.
Right. Vibrations typically, there's been plenty of studies done by the U.S. Bureau of Mines, Office of Service Mining and Reclamation Enforcement. They have set standards that have determined over many, many years of what vibration levels are considered to be damaging or destructive. Normally, what we do around construction sites and so on, I do a lot of work in the construction business, of course, is that we have a limit of 2 inches per second. I like bringing that down to an inch per second. Inch per second is a conservative level. It allows us to work doing blasting without damaging anybody around. A lot of people are concerned, most of the time what people are concerned about is the term blasting. Blasting itself, of course, just by the sound of the name or the definition of it, is concerning to people. It is not. It's a very good tool for breaking rock for excavation. There's a number of different ways to do blasting. I'm not going to go into all of those. It would take us all night. People have brought up the idea of doing the chemical blasting or the chemical grout, expanding grout and so on to crack the rock. It's not possible unless the rock is removed from the ground. As you saw in the picture, the Dexapan picture, that rock is above ground. It allows that rock to split once it's above ground. If it's being confined, it can't do it. So some of those things are concerns that typically become PR things with the people that are concerned about it. Blasting is a safe entity. I've done several jobs just here in the last couple of months right in the Reno Sparks area. One of them right next to Interstate 80 at the intersection of Gregg and Interstate 80, East Gregg, for the North Truckee drain. We were less than 40 feet from a high-pressure gas line, not a problem. So blasting can be done safely. It's got to be done correctly. This isn't mining blasting. This isn't quarry blasting that most people are concerned about. The pictures that you saw earlier, those are close-up pictures of blasts at mines. They want to break rock. There's nothing around them. And anybody that's been out to the mines in Nevada knows that they shoot huge shots, hundreds of thousands of pounds. And it's because they have nothing to hurt. So.
What about the noise levels?
Noise levels can be confined to a certain extent. You have to design blasts in order to meet criteria that you're trying to make work for the project. Blasting, vibration, blasting mats work well for keeping sound down, so does water and sites prior to it. That eliminates dust as well, or minimizes it. It doesn't eliminate because you can't water rock. As far as noise in general, we try to design shots so that they are aimed to be, when I say aimed, it's a term for how we break the rock. You have to have a starting point. Where the rock breaks, we try to aim that towards the direction where we don't want energy because it sends the energy the opposite direction. And that's how we control the noise as well. Noise and vibration are very similar. It's not the same if you're blasting on the surface, but that's not the case in developments like this.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mike.
I have a question regarding the traffic study, and specifically, is there somebody from Traffic Works here? Lauren? My question is, there was concern expressed by the citizens about the placement of the traffic counters, and can you explain the reasoning behind that placement? And that's my first question. So can you address that?
First of all, would you state your name and address, please?
Lauren Chilson, Principal Traffic Engineer with Traffic Works. We've located those counters, Commissioner, at the location where they actually represented the highest volume for those segments of road. So at Tannerwood, for example, we located it immediately adjacent to Callahan. That's the location where it picks up the highest volume. We are not trying to be disingenuous. We counted the highest location possible. And that same thing occurred on Shauna. We counted at the curve right before Goldenrod where that traffic would split. So we counted the highest location right before the traffic splits to identify the highest volume on those segments. We're being conservative here. That also means that those volumes represented in the report represent the highest number that's going to occur on that segment. You back down 10 houses down the street, that volume is dropping. 10 more houses, that volume is dropping again. So throughout the report, we've presented the highest number that would occur on those segments.
Okay, my next question is this, is that I noticed that you put a lot of traffic on Fawn Lane. And then I noticed that as part of the mitigation for that, you were indicating the use of traffic calming devices. And I'm assuming those are speed bumps or some other method of calming traffic. Having lived in a rural community like this, I know that when I encounter traffic calming devices, I take an alternate route. And so did you account for the potential diversion to I forget specifically which collector or which road that's on the tipping point? Did you account for the redistribution of trips that you might expect based on calming devices?
Let me explain the traffic calming devices first. They're bulb outs with a crosswalk. They are not a speed hump. That's not permitted by Washoe County Code. Washoe County was not supportive of speed humps, and they're not proposed. So they are bulb outs only. Device that would not be expected to divert traffic. They're consistent with a 25-mile-an-hour route. It's just a small narrowing right there, but it's not a chicane. It's not anything to that magnitude. It's a crosswalkable bulb only. And so for that reason, we would not divert traffic to another route, as it's not a diversionary type of traffic calming device.
It seems contrary to the purpose of a traffic calming device if it doesn't function to make me want to take a different route.
The purpose is to reduce speeds and keep traffic at 25 miles per hour, not divert traffic.
Okay.
The traffic assignment is very, it's calculated in this case. Rarely do we actually calculate travel times from multiple points in the subdivision to define the distribution. We did that in this case to be certain, provide a degree of certainty to reviewing agencies.
With respect to the level of service F anticipated at the Callahan Ranch Road and Mount Rose Highway, what did you use for distributions of turns? Did you do an existing count and then redistribute the future turns based on that? And also, along those lines, did you use ITE trip generation tables to develop your trip estimates on Fawn and the other local arterials?
We did. There's a bunch of questions, and I'll try to get them all together. Trip generations based on the IT manual, standard rates. Distribution was based on existing traffic volumes and the demand of the region, so 90% towards town. That's just reasonable in this case. It causes a lot of right turn traffic out of the subdivision, which should be expected. That's why an acceleration lane is proposed on Fawn Lane. So trip generations, ITE rates. Yes, we counted all the study intersections with school in session to make sure that we covered that traffic. We discussed each of the locations on the highway system with NDOT at length. We have correspondence from them on a number of topics until we reached the conclusion that signals and roundabouts were not an appropriate control type at this time, but that an acceleration lane was, and that's why you see that proposed. That was the conclusion of quite a bit of correspondence with NDOT.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, are there any other commission questions?
Yes.
Going to close the public hearing.
I had some
You had a question? Okay, Sarah?
I'm sorry. We're all getting a little rummy. I guess this would be, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this would be for Ms. Fuse. I'm going to start there. Thank you. Two questions. I think you said in your initial presentation that this has been private property for how many years?
Since 1903.
But it's not fenced, it's not anything, so people access it like open space?
The property, 632 acres, is not fenced. So people do access it, and there's no penalty right now because the current owner chooses not to.
Okay. So, but to reiterate, it is private property?
Correct.
Some of the testimony that was, or public comment that was given tonight, there were two references for geologists going onto the property and working in trenched faults. Can you address that?
So let me just back up. During the preliminary geotech report, that information was taken from USGS maps and available data. We also sent out a separate exploration geologist to go out, and he spent 3 days walking the site, looking for any evidence. So that was at the preliminary level. When we get to the final map, as part of that requirement, it's the final geotech report. This is a standard requirement. It's a condition of the final map. It's conditioned as part of this tentative map. And that's when you actually do the boring and the drilling, and you do the truly in-depth research. So that is required. It's just required at the final map stage.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I am interrupting. What I heard was that, I think it was a Mr. Porter, that somebody went on the property and trenched the property. The reference was our geologist trenched the area.
I think there was somebody in the audience that said that, but that was not part of Ascente or the development, and it may have been actually in reference to surrounding property. I wasn't sure if he specifically went on private property and did that.
So to date, Ascente or, well, there was reference to a prior owner doing some grading that was found illegal and was red tagged. But has there been any activity on the property that would change drainage?
There has not. No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other commission questions? Seeing none, then I will close the public hearing, bring it back to the commission for discussion. Someone like to begin the discussion?
May I,
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Lawson.
First of all, this is my first Planning Commission meeting, and it's been very enlightening. I would like to thank the public for coming out and spending such a long time to express your concerns. And I assure you that I know this group of individuals and myself, we take very seriously what you've had to say. We also have a responsibility to the applicant and to staff to listen to what they've said, and we take it all under advisement and consideration. There was a gentleman that made a comment that I really took to heart, that a lot of these are gray areas that require judgment. And I respect staff's position based on the information you had. Staff was not privy to a lot of the information that we heard here tonight, and I found it compelling. And I particularly found compelling the testimony with respect to the Thomas Creek access road as a condition of the forest plan. I went to visit your neighborhood and your site. I represent your district. I live in a very, very similar, I live on Brenda Way in Washoe Valley, and I bet we don't get 40 cars a day. And to think that there might be 2,000 vehicles a day on my road would make me insane. I understand the characteristics of your neighborhoods. I went out to see what the built environment looked like so I could firsthand, not look at a line on a map, to understand what your concerns are. I drove the network of roadways to see what those roads look like and what the neighborhoods look like. And I saw the neighbors out talking with one another, and it reminded me of where I live. And so I've treasured I promised to Commissioner Lucy when he appointed me to this board that I am open-mindedly trying to accommodate growth as long as we maintain the rural lifestyles that we've grown accustomed to and that I treasure. I've lived in a rural neighborhood for over 40 years, and I treasure that. And so I'm compelled to offer to my fellow commissioners that I'm not. We're always provided with material that allow us to approve the motion. And so I don't have anything here that allows me to reject the motion, but I've structured something along those lines. And I'm going to, this is just the beginning of the discussion, but I have real concerns about the conditions for, number one, conformity with the forest plan or the scenic byway plan not being met. I have issues with the public health and safety of not having reasonable fire relief. I just had to evacuate during the last fire, and it's until you've experienced it, you don't understand the consequences of trying to get out of a smoke-filled area that becomes more congested. So I have those concerns, and those are the comments I would offer to my fellow commissioners as a point for discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lawson. Anyone? Francine, did you have some discussion?
Well, first off, I want to say thank you to both the presenters and the people here. It's of great concern, but when I look at all of this data, I also have to be reminded that I've been given special guidelines and codes that I have to follow. I can't use my feelings. I have to follow the codes that we've been provided as planning commissioner. So at this point, I'm just putting that out there right now that I cannot go by how I feel. I'm going to go by what codes I've been provided to follow for this. And I feel that the county has done an excellent job of preparing for this and putting in a lot of conditions that we have to remember that this is only the tentative map. This is not the final. This is just a very, very early start in the process. And I heard a lot of comments out there where some of you would like it terminated right now, where others said, well, if you do these conditions, we're okay. So I feel we've got to find the balance at this point.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Mr. Chesney.
Get this thing to work. We have to keep in mind, and I want to thank everybody for coming out, but we have to keep in mind that this is a tentative subdivision map. That's development speak for a rough draft. That's all this is at this stage in the game. At least 22 agencies or organizations have reviewed this rough draft. They've come up with a litany of conditions that this developer is going to have to meet before a final map could ever be accepted. And they have to meet every one of the conditions. And that includes the extensive geological surveys and so on and so forth, and extensive traffic studies over and above what we've already got. So even if we approve this tentative subdivision map, it doesn't guarantee the approval of a final subdivision map. This is the first step in a long series of, or a long process to get to a final map. And our job as planning commissioners is to determine, does this meet the minimum acceptable codes and standards for the county, and can the county service this development? And based on the information that we have in the staff report, they've done an excellent job. They've tried to meet all the questions and comments that you've provided in apparently a year of testimony. And based on what our job is and leaving the emotion out of it, I've got to support the project.
Any other discussion, or is it with some, Mr. Haran?
Well, I'd like to refer to our commissioner down, our area plan monitor, and listen to her comments before I, about the area plan. And
Okay, Sarah, would you like to tell us?
Thank you, Commissioner Haran. I just asked staff in terms of Thomas Creek Road, and without going page by page into the specific area plan, Thomas Creek is noted as a future collector. And the staff report does address all in factors of the area plan that contribute to this specific project, and they've been satisfactorily answered. I do emphasize to the community, as irrespective of what happens here this evening, or soon to be morning, is that it then moves on to the Board of County Commissioners. I will emphasize to the public, and my fellow commissioners do know this well, that we are appointed as planning commissioners. We take an oath, and we, all of those books over there on that wheeled cart there, we have to know fairly intimately, not as well as the planning staff, but we turn to the planning staff if we have questions. The Board of County Commission probably doesn't know those codes as well as we do. And it is those codes that drive our decision-making. And those are the things that define our decision-making. We're not elected, we're appointed. Elected officials can deviate from that and make their recommendations based on that. We cannot. And when we all live in the greater unincorporated Washoe County, and we all have been impacted by development wherever we're at. This year, we have all been impacted by profound weather effects. My District 5 has probably been the most adversely affected. And I still have a community that we can't get into, except using lots of circuitous ways to get there. Small businesses are being impacted because of a weather event that no one could even anticipate. And so when staff provided us with all of these maps of the decision tree about where this all goes, and then all of the stuff that we reviewed tonight, I will say that in my plan, I cannot find Exhibit L, which is the approved but not yet built. And I've asked my two commissioners on either side of me, so if I could see that document. So does that answer your question, Mr. Haran? Thank you.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
Are we gonna do the tank separately? Is
It's all in one.
that a separate motion?
If I might, for the question, if you actually look on page 26 of the staff report and 27, there is the proposed motion, a proposed motion, how's that? And that would then, has the motion for both the findings for tentative subdivision map and the findings for the special use permit and the findings specific to the forest area plan. And of course, that can go either way.
If I may.
Okay, the motion that I have, I move, it's item 8E, tentative subdivision map, case number TM16-009, and special use permit case number SW16-003. I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Planning Commission approved tentative subdivision map case number TM16-009 with the conditions of approval included as Exhibit A to this matter, and special use permit case number SW16-003 with the conditions of approval included as Exhibit B for this matter, for Ascente, having made all the findings in accordance with the Washoe County Code Section 110-608.25 and 110-810.30, and the Forest Area Plan. And tentative subdivision map findings, Washoe County Section 110-608.25, findings 1 through 10 for the tentative subdivision map, and findings A through E for the special use permit for the tank, and forest area plan findings for special use permits F.12.3 and F2.13.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Larry, a second by Francine. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Haran.
I will echo comments by my fellow commissioners without, agree with them. And, I'm going to vote in favor of this, but, I also want to say a couple things. One, I think that, we've been given the absolute minimum amount of data to make it work. And if it goes, and we go forward to further approval, there's going to have to be a lot more meat on the bone, answering some of the questions that have been brought up by the participants here. And I congratulate all of you for coming tonight and making a very passionate and informed presentation to all of us, and sticking with us till this time. But I think with the minimum amount of what we've given, and it is a tentative map, that I'm going to vote for it, but I would expect more later.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Lawson?
I respect that I'm a new kid, and I respect what I've heard from the rest of the commissioners this morning. In good conscience, I'm going to vote against this, and it's because I cannot agree with the findings of condition 1, that this is consistent with the master plan and any other plans. I do not consider it to be. I also do not see that this meets the criteria under item 6 with respect to public safety. And I am compelled to state my objections respectfully to this group. I respect that you all know a hell of a lot more about this process than I do, and I respect that. But in good conscience, it's not emotional determination, it's a logical determination on my part. I do not agree with those findings, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Okay, yes, Sarah, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to echo what Commissioner Haran said, is that this is the first step in a very long process. We will see final maps. We will see multiple iterations before this comes forward. What I will say is I'm very pleased that the staff included, in addition to this tentative subdivision and these special use findings, there is also specific references in the forest area plan as it directs to special use permits. And that I will point out that F.2.13 is that mitigation has to be present at all times to mitigate any potential negative impacts. So we will continue to see this again. And as my fellow commissioners have heard me say many times, and I'll say again to you as the public, unfortunately, this process is designed to wear people down. And I'm not happy about that. I wish it wasn't that way. And if I could do something different, and I plan to do something different to try to correct that action so we don't get all of the emotion very early on, and when the final maps do come through, people are just simply worn out. So I ask for your due diligence, I ask for your tenacity, and I ask for your attention through the entire process, and hold everyone accountable, and that includes county staff and the developers. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion? If not, then I'd call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it carries 5-1. Thank you very much.
Appeal process.
Okay.
If I could ask the audience to please leave the auditorium quietly, we still have other items for the Planning Commission to address. Specific to the chair's question, your rules, policies, and procedures state that you should
I'm
not
sorry,
extend the meeting.
I can't hear you.
If I could have people exit quickly and be quiet, please. The rules, policies, and procedures state that the meeting should not extend beyond 11 a.m., and the chair has the ability to continue items. At this point, it's
We got a long way to go.
11 p.m., 2300 if you want to do the military clock. If you want to look at Mickey's hands, he's like this. So it's really up to the commission. The chair has the ability to continue the remainder of the agenda. If he chooses to do that, he would continue items 9A and 9B to the July agenda. We would then skip items 10 and 11. You would open up item 12, which is general public comment, and then 13, adjournment.
Yeah, my feeling is that, I've done this for a lot of years, and usually once you get past 11 p.m., the quality of the decisions is not the greatest. So I would recommend that we continue this to the next meeting. And I don't know what the
You want a motion on that?
Yeah.
Do we need,
if you have a
is he
motion.
is it at the chair's
Do you need a motion, or is it just at my discretion on?
The rules for the Planning Commission state that the chair can continue items in this situation, but the agenda itself provides that items can be moved to the agenda of another later meeting, but it does not specify how that is supposed to happen, whether it's supposed to be by the chair or by motion, so we're kind of in this gray area. I think the chair can simply announce that it's being continued pursuant to your rules and the fact that the agenda says that items can be moved. So I think you can do that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well then I'll go ahead and do that. Let's move the other items to the next meeting then.
That would be 9A and 9B, I think you're referring to, Mr. Chair?
9A and 9B, yes.
And then you will still need to open the general public comment period under item 12, and I don't know if you want to go through items 10 and 11 as well.
Well, if we can do, I guess if we can do 10 and 11 quickly, that'd be okay. 10, chair and commission items, future agenda items. Anybody have anything? Requests for information from staff? Anybody? No?
If I may,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Sarah.
In my packet, and I know we have reams and reams and reams of it, I mean, I know we're tabling that, but I did not receive items 9A and 9B in my packet. So, so that'll be good that we're tabling that. And then if I could get a complete packet of approved but not yet built for assenting. Thank you.
Okay. And I'd just like to make one announcement. There was a planning commissioner who served 8 years on the planning commission and several years as chairman, and I worked with him through the 90s and the early 2000s. His name was Bob Doxey. He recently passed away, and his funeral was on May 30th. I attended it. It was down in the Sacramento area. But I just want to say that Bob was a great commissioner, and he actually became a very close friend of mine. So I just wanted to put it on the record that that did happen, and I just really miss him and wish his family the best. So let's go to item 11, Directors and Legal Counsel's items, report on previous Planning Commission items.
Very quickly, the Lake Tahoe School, which was an SUP, was appealed to the Board of County Commissioners, will be heard on June 27th. And by the way, you all approved that. The electronic sign development code amendment that you also approved, that will have a first reading on July 11th and a second reading on July 25th. Also, on the June 13th Board of County Commissioners agenda, there's 2 items specific to the Planning Commission. One is a item to reappoint Commissioner Chivilicek to the Regional Planning Commission for a term running through June 30th, 2020, and also an item to appoint the 7th Planning Commission member, Mr. Thomas Bruce, to the Planning Commission from representing District 4, was his term ending on June 30th, 2021. That's on June 13th.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Mr. Edwards, is there legal information and updates?
No, nothing else tonight.
Okay. Then I'd ask if there's any general public comment. Kathy, is there anything?
We had one, but it was pulled.
Okay, all right. Then if there's nothing further, I'd ask for a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I think we might have some public comment.
We have some public comment.
I think so.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we've just been informed that there are apparently people in the audience who wanted to speak under general public comment.
Okay, yeah.
So
Then,
we're re-adjourned.
okay, we'll go ahead and reopen the meeting, and would you
All right.
please come forward and state your name and address?
Your presentation? Yes, please. Okay, all right. You know what, there's actually, the clicker came back to us, so it's that black one right there. So I will pull it up.
I guess. You're a real soldier, I'll tell you that.
Man, I will say one thing, that was
That's odd, why
one
is it not?
great debate.
I don't know
It
why
was
it's not
long,
coming up
and
either.
I'll try to be short.
I have an unhappy.
For the record, your name, sir.
Sorry,
Could
having
we
a
have your
little
name and address, please?
My
technical
name is
problem.
Gordon Astrom. It's 200 Horizon Ridge, and
weird?
I'm speaking about 9A,
Maybe it's just a
which
different-
is a
Can you make this like a
reiteration
full
of
size on one.
something you voted on before.
Did you?
Okay, I don't know.
Sorry, we're just
Oh, you
having,
can read.
we're having a technical issue with the alternate screen over here. Sorry about that, it's been working
Okay.
all night.
Well, if you can read it, that's great. If not, I'll try to explain it to you. The Washoe County Master Plan is to control and guide the existing community and improve the community as it develops. The master plan is made with community input to define what the community wants to be as it grows and as it goes on. It's for land use, for developing in existing communities, use existing, let's see, I lost my place, sorry about that. Your job as the county board is to approve the application only if it meets the, and is compatible with the existing master plan. There we go. The Spanish Springs area master plan responds to the citizens and to identify and preserve community character. The idea is community. This whole thing is all about community and planning, which is what you guys are supposed to be doing. And we as a community do not want our downtown to be an industrial residential mix match. That's the reason for the planning. The planning has been done, and it's your job as the monitor of that to honor the planning. Now, this is what we have for our downtown. It's what we have today. It's a resident retail area, churches, and auto zones, some restaurants. Whoops, wrong way again. On the left down there is what we have right now where they want to put the storage of operable vehicles.
And this is what the idea is on the bottom left, is what your personal storage is. That's what NCO says we can put there. On the right-hand side, basically it says, if it doesn't conform to the master plan, you can't put it there. This is what we can put there, or what the county board is telling us. If you look on the top, that is some RVs behind a 8-foot wall. Your RV here in Nevada can be 14 foot tall. So the RV can stick 6 foot above the wall. And this is our downtown area. This is where we're driving by. We have our drug store there. We have our food store there. We really don't want that. We don't want dump trucks or even burner buses. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You can go home now.
Is there any additional public comment? Okay,
No,
then.
there's not.
Okay, then I'll take another motion to adjourn. Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because it was.